Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. What's up, Boshik? 4-star review. Welcome in, gamers. How are you guys doing? What is going on? Gonna get started here in just a second. Let me close all of these things I don't need open. Okay. Yo, what's up? Hello, Zach. How's it going? Good, excited to see some Maze game. Yeah, I am excited to work on this game. I think it'll be fun. I think it's gonna really start coming together quickly. Because like literally as soon as we get some basic entities and like some rover movement and item stuff, then we're like massive chunk of the work done. So hopefully it won't take too long. A really bad day at work. Miss game stream exactly what I needed. Epic. Not epic that you're having a bad day, but epic that yeah. Anyways. Yeah, last streaming worked on the mesh stuff. yeah. You know, where it converted the image that we draw into the mesh of the maze. So that's working. No. I don't mean it's epic that you had a bad day at work. It's bad. You know what I mean? You know. But yeah, we're gonna be working on throwing in, probably getting started in some basic enemy AI, which would be cool. We're just gonna keep kind of a standardized class of just entity class and get it set up so that they can move around and stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. So, if we boot up the game, you can see what we got going on with the map stuff. Oops, input, play. Then we go to 3D. We look at the camera, and this is what we got going on. So it is generating the mesh, which is good. We still do have to go in and actually create like the physics shapes of each of the corridors, but I really don't think it's going to be that hard to do that. It'll only take a second. Yeah, it's all working. So I think we could probably go ahead and add in an entity. I like how I can still like control things from up here. It's a little whack though. Anyways. And the textures, yeah, we'll start working on textures and stuff. I'm mainly focusing on like getting things playable, and then we're gonna focus more on the visuals of everything. How am I doing the interaction? Basically, it's just doing a raycast from the camera, so you can see how it works over here. The camera here is... I have a script on the camera. I think it's inside of here. And I'm basically just checking each frame for doing a raycast out from the camera. We're probably gonna... Yeah, it's this function, shoot ray. So I'm getting like the mouse position. So hey, K-Mac, thank you for the speed. And Abra, welcome in. Yeah, the stream streak thing, it's been a thing for a while, but recently I've noticed Twitch has been like highlighting it a lot more. So I kind of don't like it because it makes people feel bad when they miss streams, which is kind of just bad. I mean, I get the point of it, but also at the same time, it's like, I feel like it's like not fair to people to be punished for missing a stream, you know? It's like kind of a bro moment, but it is what it is. Yeah, basically I'm just getting the position of the mouse on the screen and then projecting a ray to that mouse position. And that's basically it. So the interaction stuff is really easy. I'm probably going to be changing quite a bit of things in here though. Because this was kind of set up with the old concept in mind. There's a lot of things that have to change now. But yeah. So Zach, while you're here, I have some questions for a couple things about Maze Game. If you have time. I had a huge streak after losing it. You can share a streak? Oh, yeah. Sure, epic. So, I need to know how the player stuff is going to work. So, the thing is that right now the player, like, isn't real. Like, there's just a camera pointing at here. But I know that we wanted to make it so you could actually, like, walk around in the maze and stuff. So, like, are we gonna change it so that the player is, like, physically in this area? Like, you can just walk around with WASD in here? Or is it gonna be like you're kind of locked into specific camera angles in here, and then you're only allowed to move around once you're actually outside of the elevator? I guess, like, how are we gonna do that? Because I could see it going either way. I know, like, for the rover controls, we're gonna do point and click. But for, like, the player, I don't know. Is it the kind of thing where you just click on the door and then it, like, you're out and now you can walk? Or can you just walk inside of here? So Spencer, welcome in. Hello, early stream. I'm actually like 40 minutes late. Stream yesterday was super late. That's why this stream probably comparatively seems really early. Kind of going both ways with it. Leaning towards WASD movement, just making it feel similar to the maze. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, I kind of don't know if we want, like, two competing systems and stuff. seems like it might just get very unnecessarily complicated. I think we should just kind of like pick one and go with it. I mean, I know we're gonna definitely be doing WASD movement for the player. I'm fine with point and click for the here. Let's draw this stuff out. New fish drops. No way. So like player for sure is gonna be WASD. It's the worst W you've ever drawn. You know. And basically it's just a first-person camera where you can WASD and move around and look around with your mouse. And then I imagine I was talking about this last stream, like with your funny little Nintendo Switch. Your controller thing, your pad, whatever we do for that. It's gonna be like, you just see like a frame of what the rover's seeing, and then you can click on these different like hallways to navigate and choose like where you want the rover to go. I think that's what we're gonna do for the rovers. But yeah. Because I would like a little bit of a difference between the rover movement and the player. Yeah. Because I think, like, I want the rovers to feel a little more limited, you know? In that you can't, like, it's not so easy to just walk around freely and do whatever. I want the rovers to feel distinctly different to control versus the player, you know? So I think that's going to be the play. Yeah, I'll probably just make it then so that the player can actually walk around in here with WASD. It'll probably just be the easiest thing. Because then the transition into walking in the maze won't be all weird. Because otherwise, like, yeah, I guess the way we would have it is just like how it is now. Like if I load up the game and show you. Right now, it's like the camera is just like, it's like FNAF, right? Where you like move your mouse to the side and it like snaps the camera. I mean, it's fine, but I don't know. It might just feel a little odd. Yeah. Just let him walk around and click on stuff. That's what I'm thinking too. Just so that like you can just choose to walk into the maze. It might be a little scarier too, because like it's not like you're in like a separate mode. Like the difference between things in the maze and where you are is nothing. like the elevators. I don't know. I think it's a little scarier that way, maybe. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the play. Or I'm gonna have to drastically change this environment. You can see the maze. I'll probably get inside the maze. Come on, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change the rover movement quite a bit. Just remember that there was a daylight saving hour shift, and oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can't remember when our daylight savings is. Let me look it up. Daylight savings 2025. November 2nd. So we still got a couple days. On November 2nd, we'll be an hour back, which means that for everybody that doesn't do daylight savings, stream will be later than normal. An hour later than normal, I think. Because it means if it goes back, if it's 3 o'clock, technically it would be 2 o'clock. And so we would have been starting stream an hour in the future. So yeah. I'll remind everybody of that when the time comes, but just keep it in mind. Okay, so let's make some freaking guys that spawn in here. Let's do it. So I'm just gonna have like a function in here. This is like generate enemy or something. Honest Soul Country should get rid of daylight savings. Yeah, I think it's kind of really stupid. I don't know. It just complicates everything. Like the fact that our times change all the time. It's just like, why? Yeah, I wish we could get rid of it. It's pretty annoying. I'm just going to say generate enemy. All right, so what we're going to do is pick a random point on our map. So we're just going to say map chords dot. We can't do... Okay, so I have to convert it into an array. I wish I could just like say map chords dot like convert it, but whatever. I and map chords positions dot push back. It's for the farmers. Stupid farmers, dude. Yeah, it's annoying. I think that's what supposedly it was for. I don't know though if that's one of those like things where that's not actually what it was for, but just what everybody said it was for. I'd have to look it up. But like to shift the time earlier so that farmers have time to go to the farmer markets. Daylight savings time. Now I want to know. So yeah, this is all the places where it happens. It's so weird that there's just like places in the US where it doesn't happen. Like, because I know like Season doesn't have it, just in Arizona. It's so weird though. I don't know. And there's a lot of places in Canada that don't even do it either. Very weird. Europe does it. Egypt. But that's it. Then Australia and New Zealand. But only like a little part of it. So weird. But anyways. Blah, blah, blah. Agrarian society daily routines for work and personal conduct are more likely governed by the length of daylight hours. Blah, blah, blah. So is it just to give people more time after they're done working? Yeah, I mean, it made sense when everybody was a farmer, but now we're not. So... the actual overall effect on energy use is heavily disputed. So who even knows if it changed anything? Add Grimblow? Maybe we can add Grimblow. Yeah. We do need to create an entities table, so let's do that. I thought I already did that. I guess I didn't yet. More daylight hours, word the fields. Yeah. I'm actually going to copy something from Lured in here. I'm going to go copy one of these tables. Because I like the formatting of how I'm doing it this time. Would want, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we should get rid of it. Lighting is cheap. We have LED bulbs. It's nothing now. Okay, I don't think I have any tables for this stuff yet. Oh, I do have a maps table, but, you know. That'll be a dictionary filled with strings and more dictionaries. And let's just simplify this. We'll work on all the defaults and make this an actual, like, resource, but for now, just for testing, I'm just going to put it inside of this script just to make it easy. So, mazegame.entity.test. Sure. They can have a test, probably descriptions and stuff, but we'll worry about all that later. And I'll say scene. Well, I know what scene it's going to be. I guess we can have separate scenes for all these guys. It'll probably be fine. Unless we want to go full... No, because there's... Yeah, we'll do separate scenes. So let's go make the scene now for our first entity in the game. Now, in terms of what this guy is going to be, I guess a character body? I'm not really sure. Character bodies, like, do physics collisions and stuff, but... do we really need physics collisions? I don't know. I guess we'll do it just so that we can actually detect where the entity is, though. So... it'll be fine. Character body 3D. Entity test. Alright. So here he is. This is our entity. You'll probably have a sprite 3D attached to him. And we're just going to go draw a temporary guy. I don't know what size or anything the assets are going to be. But let's just go ahead and say 128 by 128. And he's going to be a funny guy. Let's make him a big ball. I really am getting frustrated with the opacity stuff with Krita. It keeps, like, setting my opacity down after I've, like, why does it keep doing that? I wish there was a setting to stop it from doing that. It's very frustrating. I'm so tired of it. It's constantly turning my opacity back to 50%. And I don't want it to. Alright, look at this epic guy. He's got a big smile. Pretty cool, guys. Yeah, this guy's pretty scary. Let's go into documents. Turn down, upside down. Turn down, upside frown. Yeah. Gonna make a new folder for... Oops. Entities. Turn that down, upside frown. Real. Internet's being funny, so if you need anything from me, shoot me a DM, more than happy to help with anything. But I'm only getting like a 10th of the stream. It's all good. Yeah, we're just gonna program this guy, but... I do want to, like, call on a meeting soon, so we can kind of, get some more stuff finalized. So I'll let you know about that, obviously on Discord. But yeah. We will make him shaded. I don't know, like, what, exactly the orientation stuff. Shoot my schedule now? Yeah, that sounds good. Do it up. Exactly, like, how the orientation stuff's gonna be. Because I know we want, like, 2D... It's probably gonna billboard toward the camera, because otherwise it'll look weird if it's, like, at an angle or whatever. We'll have to figure that out. I know we mentioned, doing, like, sprite layering, which could be cool. But that'll be very dependent upon the final, like, sprites for the game, so... I think for now I'll just billboard this, and we can figure it out. Actually, I won't billboard it for now, because I need to actually see his orientation. So I'll just do this for now. I would like to have, like, a front and back sprite, probably, so we can look at the back of him also. So we'll probably do something like that. This will be fine for now. No! Let's give him a collision shape. He'll just be a capsule, like the player. He'll be half the size of the player. So he's just going to be a little tiny guy. And I do want to, I guess, make the sprite a fixed size. And then... Oh, no, don't do fixed size. I think there's a thing in here, yeah, pixel size. You can, like, change how big a pixel is. No, he's tiny. We'll just start there. We'll figure it out. So, all entities are going to be on layer 2. He will collide with layer 1. Give him a script. And this is just going to be the base entity script for everybody. Alright. Okay, so... I guess the next thing that we have to do now is actually make the, if we go into quarter library source, we need to add collision shapes to these. So I think all we do, as far as I know, is that we just add a static body to it and then add collision shapes. And I think that's all we have to do to add collisions. I don't know, though. So we'll find out. Yeah, I'll keep collision shapes a little bit thick so that they don't, we don't have stuff clipping through. Now let's set the size. So the size of this is 4. Let's go 6. So that's 1 meter on each side. Then Z will be 8. So that's the bottom. Just paste this a bunch. And this will be 5, 4, 4.5 meters up. And then we just need the ones on the side. Could just do a collision polygon, but I don't know. The problem with collision polygons is I don't think they tend to enjoy being what's the word? Like inner collision surfaces, so we probably won't do that. Let's see, the Y, this will be like 4. Nope. 5. Nope, it is 4. 4.5. And the height will be 2.25. 1.75. There we go. That'll be 8. Alright. Now we just copy this. Paste as a sibling. Transform. X becomes positive. Alright, so that's the collision for our first corridor. Except it's wrong and bad, apparently. Okay. These are two... This one's not at the right height. And now these ones also on the side are wrong. Epic. Oh, it's probably because I accidentally gave them the same box shape. But that's what it is. Make unique. Now make that 4. Set it to 2. There we go. .5. Okay, that's a good looking collision shape. Give this collision of layer 1. We don't really need a mask. That should be it, I think. So I don't know what happens now. Like if we export this, I want to see if it now includes that mesh or that collision with it. I'm curious to see if it does. It doesn't like show it, but I don't know if that's just because it doesn't show it in the grid map or it doesn't actually have one. I'm not really sure. Because there is collision. I mean, we could look up how to do this really quick. Mesh library collision. Grid map with accurate collision.
Okay, so for reference...
Let's just see how he sets up his scene. So he imports his model. Oh, mesh create collision shape. I should have just done that. Oh my god. And then he just puts it in a static body. So we should be fine then. Yeah, so seems pretty straightforward then. And that's exactly what I just did, so. Alright. Let's go back into here. Yeah, I forgot that I could just do... I could just click on mesh and just generate one. It's probably going to be way easier. Just say create collision mesh. Oh, look at that. Way easier. And it's probably a better collision shape anyways. Okay, well, let's just do that. I do love that kind of stuff with Godot. Can I just generate one for each one? Oh, yeah. Let me hide all these other ones. So this is for the end one. Yeah. I think that's it. Okay. Let me make sure we're all good to go here. So end has its stuff. This one does too. Very good. The four ways got it, and the curve. All right. So now let's just add a bunch of static bodies. Settable the collisions and stuff. Just layer 1. Copy. Static body. All right. So yeah, all of these should have collision shapes now, which is very good. Yeah. So going back into our entity script, we're gonna set up some new things in here. So let's do we're gonna set like target positions in here. We might need to do a navigation region on this. I've never done 3D navigation in Godot, so I'm not 100% sure about how it works. I can't imagine it's that complicated. Let's see how it works. Navigation region 3D. New navigation mesh. And bake. I don't know if it did anything. Polygons. Well, I'm sure that we can figure it out. I mean, I don't know if we really need a navigation region. I guess we can. It'll be fine. So let's look up the same thing now, but for Godot Mesh Library and Navigation. Yeah, so this is what we want. Okay. Now this is with 2D though, so far. I need to know about 3D. Chunks. Don't think we're gonna have to worry about that kind of stuff. Let's hold that business. I don't know. Navigation obstacle. Navigation region 3D. I mean, I think this is what we want. Is there other kinds of... No. I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be baking. Unless I'm just doing it wrong. Probably I am. Let me look it up. Let's watch a quick little video. Okay, so you create the navigation region node, you add the thing. Then geometry. Oh, do I need to set like a icy? So I think what we need to do is create a CSG box and define the area in which it actually gets baked. Let's just set it to a huge area right now. Then we can add this region as that, set our geometry to, yeah, root node children, and then bake. No. Bake mesh instance. Oh, is that the navigation region? No, that's just the exterior of the CSG box. Let's add a, just so we can start testing this stuff, a navigation obstacle 3D. I can actually give it shape. Okay. This thing's crazy. Now if I bake this, can I see the... Nope. Cannot. Oh, he has it set up where the box is the child of the navigation region. Says some stuff. Oh. I think it worked. You can see that there's a navigation region on top now. So I guess it just bakes on top. So if we had this just a little bit higher, like right there, I think. And then if we bake that again, does it avoid this obstacle? Doesn't seem to care. It's geometry. Cells, agents, regions, edges, polygons. Okay. Whew. Just going through this video really quick. Yeah, adding obstacles is what I want to know about. So he just creates a CSG box. Is that literally it? He doesn't even use a navigation obstacle node. Does this just have like a thing built in? Like use collision? Doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, let's see what he's doing different. So he's just placing down a CSG box. Setting the position. He does say use collision. Okay. Then he just rebakes the mesh. There must be a setting inside of the navigation region for that then, I imagine. I always do group explicit with this stuff and say like collision. I don't know if that's the same thing here. I could add this to the collision group. And then see if it works. No. So that's not for baking collisions. I presume that's for yeah, what it's on top of. What is this? Low-hanging obstacles, ledge spans. I don't know what I'm doing differently in here. I enabled the collision of this. I said use collision. I don't know. Is it not big enough or something? Or where's other settings inside of the inside of here? I was just setting the cell size, which is nothing. Position. Okay. So parsed geometry is mesh instances. No, it still doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm supposed to add in obstacles. I don't know if I'm really going to need to, because I imagine that this is going to just not actually have to avoid collision with anything. But I would like to figure it out, though, just to know. There's different, like, partition types. I don't know. I feel like I'm probably doing something wrong. Let's look up Godot 3D navigation obstacle. Because I know there's this. You have shapes in the rooms or something? Well, yeah, that's why I would like to just know in case I do end up using it. Because you never know. Maybe now that I have the baking working, the navigation obstacle will work again. So let's try that out. So it's on there. I got to move it down a little bit. Now if I bake this... Nope, still does not work. I don't know why. I'm gonna try and get this really tall. Oh, the perspective is so weird. Oh, there we go. Height is what I want to modify. So it's like definitely in the navigation area. If I bake it though, nothing. So I don't know why. It's 3D avoidance. Here, what does this say about it? Oh, is it because it doesn't have a radius? No. Let's read the docs here. Fake navigation mesh enabled. Not about walking geometry. Discard other sources of geometry inside the shape. Okay. Does not seem to work though. Is it like, is this on the wrong like navigation layer? Because that's one. And then this one's on, I guess, the same one. Yeah, it just doesn't want to work. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this stuff. I mean, let's just keep looking at this. Now, this is the video I just saw, wasn't it? That's 3.5. I don't know if this is going to be relevant anymore. I mean, this is doing code and stuff. I don't know if these navigation nodes even existed in 3, so... Here we go. There's a whole tutorial here. This is what I want. Okay. Does it have to be... Maybe the issue that I'm doing is that it's not a child of the region. It's possible. The depth of everything is so weird. So maybe now that it's a child, if I bake it... No, it still doesn't work. Oh, maybe because I didn't say fake navigation mesh. There we go. Okay, so I presume that this just has to remain a child of the navigation region, which isn't a huge deal. It's a little annoying because if we have like an object, I would have to, I mean, either manually define these regions or somehow have that like track with it. But I'm sure there's code we can use for that and stuff, so it's probably okay. Okay. Well, that'll be fine. I don't think we're really going to end up using these, but it's just good to know how to do it. And I guess this will just place our navigation region on top of anywhere where we have geometry underneath. So I wonder though if it works with like other kinds of just mesh instances or if it needs to be specifically a collision layer. I don't know. I just want to see how this works. So if I go into whatever, I make a wide button, right? And then I add this as a child to the navigation region. Is that going to bake on top of it properly? Yeah, it does. So you don't really need to have collision or anything. Literally just a mesh, and it just knows how to do it. So that's pretty nice. Means we could theoretically set up navigation without even needing collision, right? So, but yeah. Anyways, I think with that, we can go ahead and probably add it into our corridors. I would like, though, to look it up, specifically in the context of corridors, or like the library. So Godot for mesh library navigation. Yeah, I like this video. Hello, you beautiful people. As I imagine what he sounds like. So he's just making a cube, Minecraft grass block. Okay. So he has his mesh library. This is just, I don't know if he actually goes over navigation. It might just be grid map stuff. Because I'm not seeing any navigation regions on these. He is setting up collision, but yeah. So that's not going to work. Let's just look at this Reddit post. Couldn't find any recent updated posts. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm a little worried about, is this right here, where if we don't have the full geometry defined, is it really gonna work? So use a navigation region, bake your grid map, tile map while disabling their built-in navigation. In this case, the grid map, tile map, or just use cell data. Don't add their own navigation. Okay. Gonna open up a couple of these posts. So does the grid map itself have an option for baking? I don't know. Because I don't see it up there. So I don't think it does. Now, one thing I am curious about, though, is if we have a navigation region and then set the grid map as the child, since it has mesh data, would we be able to just bake it? So if I add this geometry, Reno children, then just bake. Okay, that does work. So honestly, I think what's going to make the most sense is we actually generate our map first and just have it as a child of our navigation region. Or even just set it to group explicit so we can have grid map, set it to group, like mesh or whatever, maze mesh. And then I think we can just reference that group over here, say group explicit, maze mesh, then just bake it. Boom. So now we can have a navigation region baked according to like the entire maze. Yeah, I think that's just going to be a way cleaner way of doing it rather than having to go through and do a navigation region for each and every prefab, because I think that's not going to work. I'm pretty sure the way the navigation is kind of set up is that like they need to be connected to each other. Otherwise the agents think that they can't travel between the regions. So I think this is going to be the way to do it. We basically just in our loading pipeline, we generate the map. Then the final step is that on this navigation region, we can go ahead and just call, you know, begin bake or whatever. Bake navigation mesh right here. So then we go back up into here and generate maze. Wherever that was. Right here. Then after all of that business is done, we say navigation region 3D dot bake navigation mesh. And I guess it'll be on thread. Is there a signal though for notifying when it's done baking? Yeah, bake finished. So we're gonna connect that up to world and say bake finished. And also have a signal in here. Say, hey, welcome in, how's it going? I'll just call this navigation ready. And down here on bake finish, we say navigation ready dot emit, and I also want a variable for that. Just if I want to check it at a moment's notice. All right. So hopefully this all works. I'm going to print in here, navigation has been baked. Let's just see what this does. So it said it's been baked. There were a couple errors thrown in here. But these are all just the tweener errors, so there's no issues here. There is this, though. What is this complaining about? Source geometry parsing for navigation mesh baking had to parse rendering server meshes at runtime. This poses a significant performance issue as visual meshes store geometry data on the GPU. Okay. I don't think I really need to worry about that. I think we'll be okay. If it becomes a problem, though, we can always deal with that. I guess what we would do is use parse collision shapes as the source geometry instead of the mesh. I'm not gonna worry about that right now until it actually is a problem, but yeah. All right. So yeah, I guess our navigation stuff is all set up. So anyways, back to our entity now. We should be able to give this guy a navigation agent, 3D, and make him do stuff. So he's on that one. Cool. And we can set a target for him. So we'll just say on ready. Global.world. I don't know if I have a reference to world, do I? Yeah, I do. Navigation ready. Connect. Find target. So in find target, all this is going to be is just choosing a random position in our map. It's global.world. Map chords. And this is where we do this in, or basically what we did before. We say var positions is an array. Positions dot push back I. And now, also we're going to multiply that by 8 since it is going to be 8 meters per tile coordinate. Yeah, I think so. And now we're just going to say navigation agent dot target position is equal to vector 3. So y will stay the exact same. Position dot y, and then positions dot pick random target position x, target position y. All right. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's it. We'll say move and slide up here. And then we can say navigation agent dot get next path position. This will return the next position. So all we're going to say for that to make him move is say to local. So that converts that into a position relative to where we are. We're going to say dot normalized. So now it's going to be in terms from 0 to 1. And then we just say velocity plus equals that times our speed. Let's say speed is 10. We'll figure out what the actual speed will be, but hopefully this all works then. Okay, let's load the maze. Let's see if any of this works. So I don't see our entity in the maze. We probably accidentally spawned him outside of the environment. Is my guess. So let's see. I'm gonna have to do some map conversion stuff here, I think. Because when I add these coordinates in here, I'm gonna have to do dot grid map. I think dot, it's probably a function to convert them, but let's see. Get, yeah, local to map. Map to local. I think that's what I want. So because we want to convert it away from the map position, let's say map to local, and then say to global on all of this, on I. And now that's what we're going to be doing. Then we don't have to multiply it and stuff. Snooze that ad. What's your opinion on using const for things like speed instead of a var? I mean, I just haven't bothered with it. You can use it. It practically does the exact same thing, var versus const. I mean, I don't know if the engine actually has any meaningful difference between the two. I know that, I mean, obviously with const, you can't change them runtime. So I guess it could potentially avoid scenarios where you accidentally change the value. But I imagine for like speed, that's probably something I'm going to be changing at some point. You know, I usually keep everything as vars because it's annoying to have to swap things back into being a const all the time. I've never really had very many scenarios where I've accidentally changed things that I wasn't supposed to anyways. So I just always use var. There's absolutely nothing wrong with const. I just haven't bothered. I don't know. I just like having everything as var. It's just easier. But remember the last time I used constants? Yeah, I just never really use them. There's nothing wrong with them, but they don't really do much. Since Godot is already a dynamically typed language, or a GD script, I mean, const doesn't really mean much anyways. So yeah, I don't know. Even in other languages, I don't even use consts very often. So yeah. That's pretty much all I gotta say on the topic. But there's nothing wrong with using them. It's probably more correct to use consts, if I'm being honest. Like, if you were working for, like, a big company or something, you should probably use consts if it is a constant. But... oh, I don't even generate the enemy. I was like, why is he not here? Okay, but we're gonna do the exact same thing we just did over here. And that's what we're pushing back. And now we're gonna say var chosen position is equal to positions.pick random. So as far as cheating would go, it would be just as easy to change the const value over a var. Yeah, I don't think there's really... I don't know if Godot would complain or not about that, because usually when you're changing things with cheating, like, you're changing the value in the address location. I think what Godot is checking for is if, like, if I say const num is 1, it's only checking for cases in the actual, like, code where I say num plus 1. But I don't think it'll actually know if the value has changed by somebody doing it through, like, a program like Cheat Engine. So yeah, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, if you really want to avoid cheating with single player, I don't really see the point of, trying to prevent people from cheating, because it's just a single player game. But with multiplayer, the best way to do that is just to verify everything on the server. And that's literally all you have to do to prevent cheating. Just like pass all the inputs from the players back into the server, have the server recalculate those inputs and make sure that they're, what they expect. Because if all of a sudden somebody is requesting to move 1,000,000 miles away, then you know that they're cheating. So it's just easy to do stuff like that. Yeah, const could be good for like a preloaded scene like that or something, but const also, I imagine, could cause problems with modding, and that's another reason I don't do it. Because if somebody wants to change a value with a script, then they wouldn't be able to if it's a const. It would be hard-coded into the game. I don't know. That's a good question, though, for sure. Like, if const would prevent values from changing in memory. I honestly have no idea. I would have to do some research into how Godot actually, handles const in memory and stuff. But yeah. I don't know. Definitely interesting, though. It would be very nice to know. Not that I would use it, but just an interesting little factoid, I guess. Thinking a lot about Cheat Engine, stuff like that. The multiple Godot project I was messaging you about. Oh, yeah, with that. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, my philosophy toward cheating, honestly, is always just like... it's such a... arms race with cheating. Like, you're never really gonna win. It's not like you're gonna program something into, I've beat all of the cheaters. Everybody, like, if somebody's really set on cheating, they will find a way eventually, unless you're continually patching and fixing it. But honestly, it's just not worth the effort. I don't think it matters. If it's a single player game, it really doesn't matter at all, unless like there's some valid reason, like if there's like a monetary reward or something, where people could exploit each other, like exploit money. But otherwise it just doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I just always try to embrace it. That's why like I added creative mode in Starground and stuff, because it's just like I might as well just let people cheat and then it doesn't matter. So yeah. There's so many potential exploits in Starground with how the multiplayer is structured, because the way that I have it set up is that the players are the authority. And the reason I do that is just because it's a lot easier for multiplayer. It means that like I don't have to do a whole lot of like latency optimization, because everybody doing stuff, it just happens for them on their side. Of course, at some point I do verify things on the server just to make sure that it's real and synced up, but like player movement, I don't do any checking. I just don't care. It's just a co-op game. It would be different if it was like an MMO that had like ranks and stuff, you know, like you actually want to be able to fairly compete, but Starground just isn't that kind of game. Supposed to be, oh yeah, like an ARG thing. Yeah, no, that'd be really cool. I think that still could be a super interesting project. It definitely might be tricky getting like multiple programs like that to communicate, but yeah, if you can get it working though, it would be neat. Yeah, I could see like, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if with that it matters. If it's just a little single player thing, I probably wouldn't even worry about it, Spencer, with cheating. No. Doesn't matter as much as people think it does. I think it's always really easy, because I used to feel like that a long time ago when I first started with game development, where I was like, I can't have my people cheat my game. It's not fair. But most people don't cheat anyways. I think the real statistics for how many people cheat is probably way lower than we realize. I don't know anybody that cheats. I don't really hear about it very often. I mean, sometimes, yeah, in like public multiplayer games, but those are cases where cheating means something. Like, if somebody cheats and pulls up an auto clicker for cookie clicker, nobody cares. So, like, I don't know. Cookie clicker even has achievements that you have to use an auto clicker for. So, all right. So entity is going to be that. Instantiate. Entity dot global position is chosen position, and then add, what is this inside of global.world.self? This is the map, so add child entity. All right, so hopefully this works. So this is going to get all the positions in an array. We're going to pick a random position, preload the entity, set their position, and then spawn. So let's see what happens. Okay, epic. That's because map chords are, yeah, it's a vector 2. So I have to convert this first into a vector 3, a vector 3i, where we say i.x, 0, i.y. And we're gonna have to do the exact same thing inside of the world. Oh wait, no, I did it in the world, now in here. Let's try that. If I want for the people to solve the ARG the right way, it matters, you know, not skipping to the end and posting online. I mean, that's fair. It's gonna be tricky though, for sure. It's always just that same question of like, is it actually worth it to try and prevent people from doing that? But, you know, definitely something that you could look into. Hard to say if it's worth it or not, but decompiling. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. At the end of the day, it's just like not even that hard for somebody to just decompile everything. What is he doing? So I spotted him, but he's just kind of bouncing up and down. And he's not inside of the maze either. So I don't know what he's doing. Very odd. Stash is on point. I look like that. Hey, thank you. What's this guy doing? Very weird. His velocity is just like, he's just bouncing up and down. Non-major nerd, welcome in. How's it going? I don't. I would be bald if that was yeah. Okay, so I don't think his position was set correctly. I think what he's trying to do right now is get back inside of here, and so his velocity is just up and down. So why would his position be off? That's what I need to figure out. I think it's because the positions that I'm giving him are on the corner when I want him to be spawned in the center, is my guess. So I think I'm gonna have to say, let's just get this as position. And now I want to say position plus vector 3 4 0 4, maybe. I might have to subtract that. We'll see. I was inside of entity. Let's do the same thing in here now. So we got ads. My apologies, everybody. It's going well, thanks. How are you? This looks different. Yeah, this is a different project today. We're still working on Starground, but we're messing around with this today. I haven't really done a ton of 3D stuff, so it's been too cool for ads. Let's go. Whoa, what is he doing? Look at him. What is going on? Okay, I think his speed is too fast. And also the problem is that his velocity is being added instead of just set. I think that's part of the issue. Whoa, look at him go. He's navigating. Whoa. Okay, so he's chosen this corner, apparently. That's another thing I need to fix as well, is in find target. I think that this is going to be wrong. It seems like he's trying to go for a point that isn't in the area he's on, so I might have to say -4. So let's try that. And go find where he's at. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. He's in the ground somehow. I think that's because his position is actually, like if we look inside of his scene. Yeah, so if we spawn him at Y0, he's actually going to end up in the floor. I think we just need to say transform Y up by his height, which is half of his height or whatever, so 0.5. And that should fix his issue, I think. Or no, what I need to do is set his Y to 0, but then move everything else up. These two. And just move these positions up to 0.5. So let's try that. He's doing it. He just had the zoomies, yeah. He was going crazy. Let's see if this fixes his collision now. Yeah, I think that was the issue, is that his body was in the ground. But he seems to be navigating pretty normally. I do have to set like a little bit of a spacer between the walls and the, you know, for the navigation region, because right now he can kind of go right up against it. But it seems to be working better. I do want him to not go in the corner, though. He keeps just zooming into the corner. So I don't know why he's doing that. We'll have to figure that out. Also, ads are over. My apologies about that. But yeah. I don't like the new pog. Oh yeah, I just noticed that it's different now, isn't it? It looks like AI. Yeah, that's weird. What is his, let's see. Oh, it's nice to be able to use remote view. What's his target position actually set to? Should be in here somewhere. Target position. There's no target desired. Let's just print out his current position versus his target position. global position and his navigation agent 3D position. So that's completely wrong.
Good afternoon.
Yo, what's up, Ryan? How's it going? That's very weird. So he's at he's at 61 on the X, but he's trying to go to 168 on the X. So I don't know what he's doing. I guess he's just like he's cramming into the corner because he isn't able to find his place, I guess. It might be because of the path maximum distance. Maybe we up that quite a bit. Try that. And it could have to do with his find target code. I mean, it should be the same. We're converting grid map to local of the map coordinates. Okay. And then converting that into global. And then we're subtracting it by 4 meters on the X and Y. Maybe that's wrong? The navigation of this is probably going to be a little annoying to figure out, I'm not going to lie. I think it's going to be one of the more tricky things with the entities. But... Oh, did the text-to-speech not work, Ryan? Or did it? I can't remember if it played or not. Why is his position out at 184? I don't know why it's over there. Oh, it did? Okay. I just blocked it out, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why his position is over there. It's a little odd. So why would it be completely out of here? It's probably because I do generate maze. Maybe I'm not giving it enough time in here where I offset the position. Because I thought in here I said, yeah, grid map position X. Maybe that's my issue. Perhaps. Focus mode, yeah. I do apologize. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Sounds good. Have a good meal. But he waits until the navigation region is baked, so I don't think it's that. But it's definitely just way offset for some reason. And I don't know why his X, it's always just positive X and then everything else is 0. So we're doing X and Y of map chords, which is vector 2i. We're saying map to... Should be fine. Does it ever generate other values or is it always just the same? Let's go see. See, why is it so, why is it always just a big, massive X value, and then Y is just nothing? That's what's a little weird right now. Because map chord should have a bunch of different coordinates he can choose from. So it's kind of odd. Oh my god. What have I just done? Okay. So his target position will be the same as his current Y position, which should just be 0. And then we say positions.pick random. Oh, that's what the issue is, I think, at least partially. Because now I'm realizing that it's actually 3D now, target position. So let's set that back to being just equal to that. Now let's give that a try. It's probably what the problem is. I don't see where he is. Maybe we can see his position. Ooh. He is phasing through the walls somehow. Okay. Somehow he was completely outside of the navigation region. I think there's something a little off with the positions that we're calculating for his initial, like, spawn location. but he's pretty close to his target. But his X is still just completely off. So I think there's definitely something wrong with the X position on this. I think the issue is that I'm not converting... Yeah, that's the issue here. We have to convert this from the grid map to global. I think that's why the X position is always just completely wrong. And same with why he's sometimes spawning just completely out of the maze. So we can just say grid map to global, grid map to local. Let's give that a try instead. Because I have to take into the account the position of the actual grid map. Okay, let's watch this now. So it looks like he spawned inside, which is a good step. I don't know where he's going to end up, though. Okay, he's still going. Still navigating. I like how he cuts all the corners. I mean, it's fine, but it's just interesting that he's so optimized. That'll be alleviated a little bit by increasing the border on the side of the navigation region so that he can't, like, navigate perfectly, you know? But yeah. He's still going. Wonder where he's going to end up. And ideally, he like goes to the center of the room, or at least close to it. I might have to change that little, because I know right now we're adding 4 meters, which, I mean, theoretically should end him up in the center of the room, but as you can see, it doesn't seem to. So his current position is that he's trying to go a little more, but he just can't get there. So I think it's still in the corner. Let's on find target say plus instead. I think that's what I'm doing in here. I do think plus is probably the correct thing here, because yeah, it's gonna be like 0, so we want to go plus 4 meters down to be in the center, I think. Let's go take a look at him wherever he is. Gotta like spot him, you know. Where is he? Am I crazy? Oh, there he is. So let's see if he makes it. And as soon as his navigation stuff is done, we can really tweak his like behaviors, you know. We can make him decide when, you know, he wants to move and stuff like that. I gotta say, this Godot 3D camera thing that you can do now is extremely useful for this kind of stuff. So I can just like watch where he's going instead of having to set up a custom like programmed camera for this. Okay, so he just stopped here. You can see that his position is really close, but it's not the exact same. He's correct on the Z-axis, but on the X-axis, he's still off by like 4 meters. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in adding 4 to this. Maybe that's actually just pushing him out to the side. Because maybe the way, because didn't I say center this on the grid map? Yeah, I have X and Z, so maybe we don't actually want to change that. Let's find out. So let's watch again. So he's gonna go to -20, 136. Oh, he made it. He's in the center. Sick. Yeah, so I guess we already have it centered, so we don't need to do any offsetting on the position, which is very nice, actually. Should be the same thing here, then, with the choosing a random position for him. Cool. Alrighty. So that's basically it there. So now we can go back into his... Also, did the music just stop? Or did my headphones die? That's probably what happened. Are my headphones dead? I can't hear anything. Do you guys hear music? Also, yeah, you're totally right, Defensor. I should use physics. I need to learn how to do interpolation for as you guys can hear the music. I have no idea what's going on with my headphones on. I think it's doing the thing again where it just decides to stop working. It's really funny, guys. Turning it off and on doesn't do anything. God dang it. Oh, wait. Oh, I just accidentally muted my computer audio. Wait, does that still play on OBS then? It does. So does this not affect your guys' volume of the... No, it does, though. That's so weird. So apparently, changing my computer volume changes the volume on OBS, but then muting it does not change the volume. So that's really odd. Whatever. Because you can see when I mute this, I can't hear it, but you guys are able to. But then when I lower the volume, I'm pretty sure it's decreasing it on OBS. Yeah, it is. That's so weird. Very strange. So switch move and slide and velocity? Oh, yeah, I don't know why it's like this. All right, so I think we're pretty much set here. I am going to check if he's close enough to his location. And then if he is, he'll stop changing his velocity. Because we have like path, desired distance, and target distance. I'm just going to say as soon as navigation finished, then we'll connect that up to him. We'll say... Hey! Sarkenheimer, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? We meet again. Yo, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, what's going on? Welcome in, everybody. What are we up to today on your stream? Hello. Yeah, we're currently messing with some navigation stuff. We'll show you guys what we're doing in just a minute. So some more reverse engineering. Yeah, nice. That's really cool stuff. Yeah, it's always super interesting to watch you do that kind of stuff because it's like, I have not seen anybody else do that before. Like all the like assembly stuff, and it's really interesting. Yeah, it's really cool stuff. Yeah, we've been just working on a new project today. Not Starground, actually. We've been doing some 3D stuff, because this game's 3D. I haven't done a lot of 3D in Godot, but honestly, a lot of it's pretty much the same. It hasn't really been too bad. I'm going over a bit of my trip. Okay, nice. It's calculating pi on a Famicom. There's that. Oh, yeah. I guess it's like crazy programming in languages like that, because you don't have like a predefined constant for pi, right? Unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you have to calculate your own pi or just define it yourself. So that's very interesting. I imagine most of the time just a pretty close approximation of pi would be enough, but pi is 3. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, anyways, what we are working on is, this is a new project. It's a horror game. I guess I describe it as a roguelite horror game where you're this guy in an elevator, and ignore my funny face. This is not this is a temporary sprite. But you're in an elevator. You navigate these rovers around this maze and explore the area, collect resources, and bring them back to your little like elevator home area. Yeah, I have this is elevator. Send rover out, collect items, bring them back to your elevator. But there's also scary evil monsters in the maze. So we're just working on setting up like the navigation stuff with these guys here. And so far it's working out. I just have to change, I just need to say find target here. So let me go ahead and load it up. It's really early on. It looks really bad. I haven't done any texturing or anything, except for the elevator area, but that's, you know, the lighting is all whack. But yeah, you can see our little guy running around in here somewhere. Here he is. He doesn't seem to be moving. I think it's because I said he's moving. Oh yeah, I have to say in here moving is true. Let's try this again. I think the project setting for physics interpolation should also work for 3D. Yeah, I think so. I can probably enable that then in the settings if it's just like a default value. Okay, so you can see him navigating around. This is the way that these mazes are generated is they're actually generated from an image that people can draw. So this is the maze that he's on right now. So you just draw an image, import it into the game, and then it generates the maze based off of the image. And we've got it all set up to where these will like kind of tile correctly to be the right like orientation, the right collisions and all that kind of stuff set up. So it's working pretty well. We're just working on getting all the basics of the stuff like this working. So yeah, he should navigate to his spot, and then as soon as he does, I think he'll pick a new point to navigate to. Yeah, there you go. So he just navigated there. Now he's going somewhere else. So yeah, the navigation stuff is working. It's weird doing 3D, you know, coming from doing a 2D project for like 2 years, but it's fun though. It's really not that bad. There are quirks I have to figure out. It just adds a little sprinkle of extra complexity to everything, but I think it'll allow for some interesting vibes. Yeah, there he goes. He's just trucking along. The way that we're going to do all of the enemy sprites in this game, or entity sprites, is they're going to be 2D images. So, hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Just got raided by Zerkenheimer too. How's it going? Yeah, what's up? What have you been working on today on your stream? Let's see, what's this image? Don't click on it if you're afraid of spiders. I will not show it on stream then. Whoa, that's a pretty crazy spider. It's wild how many different, like, bugs there are. They look so wacky. But yeah, welcome in. This is, we're working on a different project tonight. As you can see, this is not Starground. I'm toying a little bit with 3D navigation agents and regions, and so far it's going really well. There's our little guy here that you can see. He's walking around. He's basically like a next bot right now. We're gonna not make him a next bot. He's gonna be a little more complicated other than just follow player, but yeah. Let's make sure NPCs can patrol the building. I just made the other day. Yeah, nice. Making light switches, control emission of materials. Got the demo level fully gameplay loopable again. Let's go. Yeah, sounds like things are going good then. Who's that emoji? It's so tiny. Okay. It's a progress-filled day. Yeah, no, that's sick. Awesome. Are you planning on putting up a demo then pretty soon? Or is that still a little ways away? Yeah, NPC stuff. That's basically what we're doing right now. NPC navigation, all that. Yeah, so this project is this is just a game I'm working on. It's not necessarily a jam or anything. It's just a concept that we've been thinking about doing for a little while. I describe it as like a horror roguelite game. So essentially you're going to be this guy in an elevator. And you're going to be in this abandoned facility. You'll be able to control rovers on a tablet. This will be kind of like a point and click thing, so you can like click on hallways and navigate around and explore. Then you can use your rovers to bring items back. So like pretend there's your elevator. You send your rovers out, collect items, food, water, and like parts for upgrading your rovers. You bring them back to your elevator, you tinker, blah, blah, blah. But you also have to look out for evil, scary guys, evil entities, and that's what we're working on right now. But yeah. Yeah, I think this will probably eventually be like a full Steam launch. It's probably going to be way smaller in scope than Starground is. Honestly, most of the games I have planned out or thinking about releasing are going to be way more straightforward. Starground's been fun and all, but it's been an enormous amount of work doing multiplayer and modding and all of that stuff. It's so much. So I'm really focusing on concepts that are like I can come up with and finish in like 6 months or less. And not 6 months toward like early access launch, but like 6 months and the game is finished, like in full launch. Doesn't mean that I'll never update them again or anything, but just so that it's kind of at a state that I'm happy with and like I would be okay not updating anymore. But yeah. So I'm going to do an itch demo that I actually make noise about in the next couple weeks if I can and start looking into a Steam page. Let's go. Awesome. Yeah, getting demo stuff out is so good. I definitely want to get this like playable soon and then start playtesting because I would love to, you know, start seeing what people think about gameplay balance and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's really cool stuff. Definitely, like, when you've got that up, you know, feel free to, like, drop a link and stuff. I would love to check it out. Yeah, it sounds very reasonable considering the headspace a larger project like Starground takes up as is. I know, it's crazy. It's so much work. It's very interesting how people, like, look at a game like Starground and think that it's really easy because it's just a 2D game that's pixel art. I think in some people's heads it's like, oh, that's a really tiny game. But honestly, Starground's the most complicated project I've ever created. Like doing multiplayer and modding and all the stuff I already mentioned. That is hard, but then on top of it, it's like, oh my god, building mechanics and having to like come up with concepts for bosses and draw them and animate them, and it's so much work. It's ridiculous. But yeah. Trying to be courageous to take up on that thing, yeah. Seems like that guy can maybe benefit from a camera-facing billboard shader. Yeah, it's actually extremely easy to make him a billboard shader because I just go in here and say bot Y billboard, and now he's billboarded. This is something I like about Godot, is they always have little flags and options that make life easy. But yeah, I might billboard. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do, like, I think I might have two different sprites layered next to each other so you can see like a front-facing sprite, and then when you go more than like, you know, 90 degrees to him, it becomes the back-facing sprite, like that. There's still like some things like that that are being worked out in terms of the visuals of how the entities will exactly look and stuff, but I know that we do want to make them 2D, so that's like at a minimum, you know, what we're doing. Whoa, did he just phase through the wall? Interesting. But yeah. Yeah, factory games are no joke. Generation is no joke. Multiplayer is no joke. Yeah, it's a big undertaking. Part of me really wishes I simplified the concept a lot more, but you know, it's too late. But I will definitely try and do that for future games. But yeah. Love to test this game out. Looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get like... I got a lot of games actually that I do want to start playtesting soon. Because we've got this game we've been working on, but also I've been working on this game a lot. This is called Alertin. It's very early on still, but this one has a little bit more polish. But this is a game about fishing. You have a shop. You can buy some upgrades, and then some customers walk into your shop. Yeah, I'm going a little crazy with all the projects, and I've got like 2 or 3 more that I'm thinking about doing also. But the thing is that all of these are very tiny concepts, so I think like I'll be able to really get these finished and done through quick. Which feel inspired. Yeah, it's like now that Starground's been getting a lot closer to release, I've been you know, thinking and plotting my next projects. But yeah, I really want to just like do a bunch of things at the same time, have a varied workload, work on this game, work on May's game. I really enjoy like tinkering with like different concepts. You know, I love the variety. It's just part of the reason in the first place I like game development, is that I get to draw and program, do all the things. But it's also nice to be able to do a 2D and a 3D project and just, yeah, it's fun. But yeah, like that screen transition. Yeah, that's just a quick little shader I cooked up. Man, shaders are epic, and I'm very glad that I've been learning shaders because it's so useful. But yeah, if we go into the, I think it's the global UI shader, or scene. All it is that I just have a, I'm using a noise texture here. This is a value noise, or cellular noise, so it looks like a grid, right? Pretty easy. And then I am just inside of here, basically checking what is the value of this color here, this gradient, and comparing it against this progress uniform that I'm passing in. So if that color is less than progress, it becomes solid, otherwise it's transparent. So literally all that means is I just change this slider and you can see the little squares come into view. And as it goes back towards 0, it disappears. So it's an extremely easy shader to make. If anybody wants to copy this, feel free to just copy this code right here. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's a fun little shader. Yeah, man, shaders are so so cool. And the more you learn about them, the more useful they become. Because like this, I just whipped out, like, it took me like 1 minute to program this. It was so easy. It's very nice. And yeah, I do some world position. This is basically getting like an absolute coordinate on the screen. So you can see what that means. As I change the size of this, like the texture stays consistent. If I don't have that in there, instead of using world position, I just use UV, which is the regular like coordinate system. As I change this, you can see it like shrinks and changes size. So that's not very ideal, because if somebody changes their screen resolution, I don't really want the transitions to break and change their vibe. So that's why I like always using world position most of the time for this stuff. Yeah, super easy. But anyways, yeah, this game, I didn't even like say what it's about. You fish, you collect fish and put them in an aquarium and make money. There's a game I played kind of recently called Dixium. And it's just it's a very tiny little game, but it's so simple and it's fun, and I wanted to make something with the same vibe. All this is that you go into like these areas to excavate for like different artifacts and unearth them. You bring them back to your museum, and then you've got all your little guys, and they make you money. You can buy upgrades, and there's ascensions and all that kind of jazz. So it's fun. I want to make basically this game, but fishing. There's another game that I really like called Chillquarium, and it's really fun, but one of my problems with it always has been that it's completely like, you don't really do anything with your money other than just get more fish. You can buy a couple decorations and stuff, but I kind of miss like being able to like upgrade your tank and like get meaningful purchases and upgrades. So that's like what I want to address with this game practically, where you can have like an aquarium and your fish and display them and name them as pets, but then also you can actually use your money for something real, like getting more customers and upgrading your fishing rod. And I don't know, to me it just makes the whole notion of getting money more fun. It doesn't mean Chillquarium's a bad game by any means. I think it is nice just that this game is just a chill, you know, no stress game where you don't even, all you do is just, it's just like pure aesthetics. But you know, I'm usually a very systems focused gamer, I like things like automation and idle games and things where I can become more powerful, like Minecraft and stuff, so I want to, I don't know, spice things up. But yeah. Also, let's see, Fencer, you said you can do the 2D sprites like in Doom 64. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking we're gonna do. Is like, the sprites will kind of like, depending on your position relative to them, it'll probably swap out the kind of texture. I think we're gonna do something like that. I don't know. Visuals for Maze Game is something that we'll definitely be like looking at later on, once all the basics are implemented. But yeah. Yeah, this game's still super broken, but there's gonna be weather systems for each different region that change the kind of fish you get and the rarity of them and stuff. You can travel. You can fish. The fishing isn't really, like, implemented yet, but every time I click, I'm catching a fish. I can go back to my aquarium. And now I've got fish in here. Check out all these guys. I can sell them all and make money. And now I can buy more customers. So yeah. What you'll be able to do is the fish in here, you can like click a little icon and it'll let you place them into one of your aquariums that you place down. So yeah, working on that on the side too. I think it'll be kind of fun. Let's check up on this guy again. Is he still navigating? I hope he didn't get stuck or anything. Oh yeah. So yeah, I think the navigation is honestly working pretty well. We'll be able to like, yeah, dynamically change this up pretty easily. I'll probably have a check that's like, if the target position he's chosen is too far away from his like wander radius, he won't go there. Because I want to have a mix of like guys that just kind of hang around a region and don't really go very far out, and then other guys that like are like this, where they're like, they travel and they explore and they really, I want to have different behaviors for each of these entities. So, but this is all about just getting the basic navigation set up, and then once that's done, we can really tweak it and customize, you know. Yeah, he's going. Bye. It's kind of scary. I don't like his face. I don't know why his face is so scary. I think it's just because he's moving. He's alive. And he's soulless. He just has an empty smile with black void eyes. It's a little scary, guys. Yeah, you can probably see I have some shader stuff actually set up on this game too. You can see there's like a little bit of this like dithering shader going on. I think it gives it a nice vibe. I've done some shaders for like mapping the screen on the UI and stuff. Let me turn off the light also and show you guys, like, if I go into the world scene and turn off this other directional light. I think it's this one. The lighting is actually way better. I just had that light on so I could see what's going on, but this is normally what it looks like. You can turn off your lights and stuff in here. There's a Starground plush up here. Pretty epic. Yeah, I've got a little bit of like the UI stuff working. This is basically what this is you can see a little preview of what your rover's seeing. So it's mostly working, but I've got to tweak it. We've kind of changed some, you know, designs about how we want the rovers to look and stuff. So like, I guess specifically how they're going to move around. You can see the... There we go. I'm looking at the elevator. Then there's a hatch. Get out of there. I do really like the mix of 2D and 3D. Like, I have some 2D sprites here for these tubes, and I think it actually kind of works, honestly. But yeah. I love that Godot already does shadowing for 3D sprites. I just realized it does that. It's kind of awesome. Man. Godot's epic, guys. Yeah, this game's gonna be a little bit like FNAF in a way, actually. I want it to have some elements of, like, dealing with the entities that move by your elevator, you know? So I think that's gonna definitely be a part of it. I get rid of that? Okay. Just cleaning up this navigation region. Alrighty. Well. And that's all working. I guess what would be the next thing we want to do? I do need to fix this elevator because it's a little weird right now. I need to rotate it this way. And we need to remodel like everything in here. You can see all of my positions of everything is completely off now. So it's a little unfortunate. I think we're gonna redo the shape of it and stuff, and also the way the camera works. I think the player is actually gonna be a physical, like, character that moves around, so we need to do that. Yeah, I could go to the elevator and actually create a mesh for this plane here. Let's say mesh, create collision shape, try mesh, like that. And now it has a collision shape. Let's give it a static body. Just make it a child of this plane. Make it layer 1. Okay. Chill aquarium. Alright. Blender time. Yeah, I'm just making sure I don't miss any messages up here. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright. So, we're gonna open up the elevator scene. Right now, the way this is rotated is toward the wrong axis. I've since learned that Godot uses -Z as the axis for, like, front-facing. So we want to rotate basically all of this over like this so that it's actually facing the front. But we're going to set the origins of all of this stuff to the 3D cursor at Y0. Now we're like that. So we're in the correct orientation. The other thing we need to do is the player is actually going to be able to leave the elevator. So this entrance has to be modified a little bit. Like this. And I'm probably going to move this switch. I think I'm going to move it over to the side a little bit. This is a Bezier curve. I do love that I can just straight up import a blend file into Godot. Because it makes like modifying these meshes so easy. Because I don't have to like undo the baking of this and stuff. I literally just change it and we're good to go. Like same with this too. I can just be like, all right, rotate this, move it around, and it's just going to update. And everything works. Truly wish all 3D software could just grant directions. I know, it's so annoying. There's like it's a different direction for every single thing, man. Godot uses Y for vertical. Blender uses Z for vertical. It's so, like, just weird and strange. Don't know why we have so many systems. Yeah, we gotta figure out all the, like... Might shrink this cart a little bit. So we're gonna grab all these. Just shift it back by, like, -0.2. And shift all these back by -0.2. Just that fits in the corner a little bit better. So I think that'll work out for the layout. We're going to keep tweaking it, of course, but let's see what this looks like in here. Once this updates, there we go. And we have to fix the rotation of this now. Back to 0. Oh, and actually I have to apply the rotation in here. So we have to select all, apply all transforms. Now it should update in here. There we go. So this is rotated to 0. Epic. All right. So let's just get rid of that and recalculate the collision for that. Boom. Set it as a static body child. Should be up by 1 by default. Yes. Alright, so that's a bit better now. Of course, all these things, though, are now wrong. I have to rotate them back into the correct position. I think it was like something like that. They're a little weird now. I'm gonna have to go through and fix each one, I think. That one's acceptable. This one's weird. This one is whack. I don't even know what's going on here. Oops. Okay. Something like that. So I want to see now if this is all lined up properly in the world. We have to fix the position of like this, and the Starground plush guy is over there now, but let's see. So that should not be set to 90. So if I launch it and we generate the world, do we see... Is it lined up with the maze? Yes, it is. So, the position of our elevator is off, as you can see. I think the center of this needs to go over by 1 more unit. Also, I don't know why the heck that hatch is there. I don't know. I don't even know how that ended up there. Fix that. And what are these things? What is this block? Oh, that's the switch. Like, what is going on with the rotations, man? Okay. All this needs to be fixed. So our little Starground plush. This needs to go back over on the pipe. This vertical height should be good. Push it back a little bit. There we go. The light switch is wrong, I believe. The generator is whack. Is this still rotated or something? I'm trying to figure out what's like going on here. In the world it seems fine, and then in here, so that one's fine. I don't know how it ends up being different in game. It's a little weird. Unless I'm like changing the position of it, I don't know. Because modeling our architecture, Z was traditionally up, but in 2D gaming, the concept of going into the screen was displaced by Y. Yeah, definitely makes sense. Yeah, it's a little annoying. But that's just how standards go. There's always will be competing standards. And whenever we make a new standard to fix the fact that we have too many standards, we're just contributing to the problem, you know? It's like that with so many things. It's the same with like all the USB ports and stuff. Like every time we make a new USB port, now we just need to use all of them. Like I have to have a cable for a B and an A and a C and a micro and a mini and yeah. It's just like that one. Yeah, I've seen that. It's so true though. Okay, why is this rotated odd? Everything seems fine in here. But then when I actually go like into the scene, it's all wrong. See, I click on here and now look, everything's backwards. Like this for some reason is just floating here. I don't know why. At least the plush is in a proper position. Yeah, why is the hatch way over here? The generator's okay. Console's okay. But the button is whack. And the hatch is whack. Let's try and figure this out. I think it's actually partially because I reset the origin point here. Let's fix it. Let's just set this to center of volume. And then this one, I think that's the issue here, because I reset its origin. So we just have to select these 2 points back here. Cursor to selected, origin to 3D cursor. Let's try that now. It'll probably rotate the wrong way still. I need to change its axis, but should be better. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because it's rotating on the wrong axis, the button. And this is also going to rotate on the wrong axis. You can see, yeah. But it's fine. It's almost fixed. So back into here with the button and stuff. Let's see, what is does the button have its own script? I'm not sure. The generator does. Controller, camera pivot, main light. Don't think it does. So into here. I wonder what I actually call that node. Okay, so this one, instead of rotation Z, I think we want to say rotation X. And then that's all that stuff. Where is the code that handles the button? It's not in the hatch. Ah, here it is. We just want to set that to X. All right, let's try that again. And hopefully we can just get this camera lined up and then click on this stuff. I don't know if it'll let us. Not really. But rotations seem to be all good here, so. Where's the light, though, for this light switch? It's like it's gone. Let's go look for that. It's probably over here. Maybe inside the elevator scene? Oh, here it is. Yeah, switch. Ah, that's why I can't click it. Go and rotate it. Push it back. Push it down. Boom. Like that. All right, I think we are back to normal then with the way this is all set up. Except this light here. Where is that light? Oh, that might be an elevator. No? Oh, it's just main light. I just need to put this back into its proper position. Boom. Easy, guys. Alrighty. This is what it's looking like in here. The elevator, the maze should basically spawn right there, almost. I might have to offset everything a little bit, because I think right now the elevator is, like, only 6 meters out from the spawn point here. So that means there's going to be, like, a weird gap in between the elevator and the actual maze. So I'm going to have to put, like, probably extend this out by another meter and then have a little weird transition piece for it to look right, but it's not too bad. Ooh. Okay, then also I forgot about this. The hatch collision shape is a little bit funny. Put it right there. So yeah, the hatch is gonna have there's gonna be a funny little guy that tries to get in through your hatch. More will be revealed on that another time. Now we just got to fix the camera stuff, which we're going to change the camera away from being a static position, I think, and move it into being like a player. So just need to work on that. I still can't seem to interact. Not sure why. I guess it's just because it gets the raycast based off of the actual camera position. And since the camera is faced the other way, I don't think it lets me click on this stuff. So, but does it really matter? Let's go make sure our little guy is still moving around. See, it's scary in the dark. Because it's like really hard to see things. But he should be in here somewhere. We're about to get jump scared by our smiley. What is this? Oh, that might be a shadow. Where is he? We're gonna get jump scared, dude. Ignore the menu, by the way. Sorry about that being in the way. Yeah, I think this will be pretty scary once it's set up. The mazes are kind of designed like to be something you don't really want to. Whoa, there he is. To be something you don't really want to personally walk through because it's extremely dangerous. So really, there's more of an emphasis on bring your rovers through instead whenever you can. Walking on foot is more of a last-ditch effort. So that little guy is just going around. He's navigating like crazy. Bye. Will it ever break and you have to go get and fix it? The rovers? Yes, they can. So that's a mechanic that we're going to be adding in, which is if you break your rover, you have to go out on foot. So there are reasons to go out on foot, but it's always going to be like a high risk kind of thing. It's typically only something you're going to do if you've messed up really bad. And now you have to, you know, fix your mistakes. So, like a rover breaking or, you know, stuff like that. I don't like how this is offset a little bit. I think we might be offsetting the grid map by like 4 pixels, which I realize now is not necessary. Because since they're centered, we actually just want to set it to 0 on the initial position. So let's set both of those to 0. I might have to subtract the Z, possibly. But we'll see about that. What if the hatch guy gets into the elevator, but you're not in the elevator? Yeah, I think he would probably just wait until you're back, or maybe go hunt for you or something like that. But, oh, that actually made it worse. Interesting. So I need it to be offset full 8 pixels over initially. I don't know why it needs to be offset like that. Probably has to do with like a rounding thing, is my guess, but it's not really a huge deal. Just set position to 8, Z to -4. Or no, we want to set to -8. Set it centered on Z. Z is 0. I should verify that in the images it actually is at like 0. That's scary. Just seeing the guy at the end of the hallway peek at you. See, that's the kind of horror that I want to get out of this game. It's very ambient spooks like that. I don't want this to be like FNAF where it's just constant jump scares and stuff, you know? It's really more of a survival game than it is like a scary game, you know what I mean? But I just want a constant feeling of unease. and like seeing a guy peek out at you and stare at you for a minute and then run away and like stuff like that. But yeah. So yeah, position stuff looks pretty good here now. The elevator connects up to the maze like that. It still has a tiny little gap, but it's no big deal. I think I actually want that gap so I can put like a little door in here. Have like a tiny separator between the maze and the elevator. One thing I do need to do though is this end piece is like blocking the door. We need this to be a different sprite, I think, or a different model. So we're probably gonna have another check in here, just seeing and making sure if we are the coordinate at the elevator door, we actually want to swap that out. So should be relatively straightforward. Yeah, in our generate maze script, we can check for that, I think. So what's the way I want to do that? Let's see here. Maybe actually I just do that and get neighbors, because then it would be way easier for me to do this. And I just want to say, if instead of checking if map coordinates has, we're just going to say if position is equal to for the -1. No, we actually want to do it for the +1, this one. So if it has it, that's fine. If position is equal to... So it's got to be... let's think here. It's going to be going from 0 to 1. So I think the bottom right corner is position 0, 0. And then it just goes out from there. So by the time we get to the elevator door, it'll be half of whatever our map size is. So if our map is 19 pixels wide, this would be at 10. Because we have 9 pixels on that side. So coordinate 10 is when we would have our center. So we want to say if... also, I'm going to actually save the size of our map up here. Say map size as a vector 2i. Dot 0. Then on generate map or maze, whatever. We're gonna set it here. Map size is map image dot get size. Does that return a vector 2i? Yes, it does. Now over here we can say if position is equal to map size vector 2 map size. Or let's just say if position, yeah, vector 2i, x is whatever, and then 0 on the y. So this will be map size at x divided by 2.0, and we round it back into an integer. Because if our map size is 19, we say 19 divided by 2. So we actually want to say, yeah, round I should be correct, because it should round up. But just in case, I'll say ceiling I. So if that's our position, we know that we have a thing beneath us. So we say neighbors push back below. And also I want to say, if we do have that inside of here, say missing neighbors dot erase vector 2i01. So basically all that's telling us is just that we will be connected over there. Yeah, it's basically a 2D map. It's just a list of a bunch of coordinates. I'll show you what that's used for. So this is the map that we're generating here. So I just added some code that didn't work. We're gonna figure that out. Yeah, it's what I'm trying to do right now is we have this like starting room that we're in. It's just not quite connecting up right because this is thinking that it's an end piece, right? So we just have to figure that out, but hopefully we can get that working. So why is it not working? I'm gonna print out here just in case, see if it does actually work. So it didn't even print that, so I think that's the issue. Interesting. So I'm gonna print out position because I'm just curious to see if we do actually have one with that coordinate. It might be that the position of it is not actually 10, and we might have to floor it down. Let's see what it says in here. But it should be at Y0. Oh, it's actually gonna be at Y the height of our image, so it should be like 10, 17 or whatever, 10. Yeah, whatever it is. I think that's what it is. Well, no, because that's not right. Thinking about how this is going to work. (18, 16, 17, 17). It should be putting things at 0. That would be a little weird if it wasn't. Let's print X and Y. I am not seeing anything at 0, which is wrong. There is things at 1. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, I don't think it's actually doing it properly, which is weird. Unless what it is just this. Because I'm printing the wrong thing, maybe? Let's move this over in the chord. Print out coordinate. Let's see what that says. Okay, so these should be the correct coordinates. Yeah, it's just not showing anything at 0. So that is a little suspicious because it should show 1 down here at Y0, right? At least I think that's Y0. Unless the way it counts coordinates on this image is not from 0. It's possible. Because I see 1 at 2. I don't see 1 anywhere at 1. I do. Okay, there is 1 at 10, 1. So I think what it's got to be is that it actually starts the coordinate counting from 1. Because I think on get pixel, I don't know if you can actually say get pixel 0, 0. It's hard to say. How are these stored? I thought it was from 0. Maybe it's not. Thank you for the cheese time. Yeah, Manny Frog, how's it going? Turns the color of the pixel at X watt. Interesting. Maybe I'm just doing the coordinates wrong. Because the width is, we start at 0. So we say 19 minus 0 is 19. And the last one we end on is... Because it'll only go up to 18, so we say minus 19 minus 18, which is 1. So I think that's the issue, is we actually have to say x and y plus 1. I think. And then we'll get our proper coordinates. I like cheese. I also like cheese. It's pretty yummy. Let's see if this works now. There's probably going to be a room inside of our elevator, but... Okay, did change the... That's probably why we needed that offset. Because our position was actually just incorrect. It would make sense. Alright, let's print this out and see where we're at. I don't think I saw any errors, so hopefully we're okay. These are just the usual, no tweeners, so it's fine. There we go. Now we're actually getting things at 0. So the only thing at 0 is at coordinate 9. Because this is... Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that does make sense right there. So we would want to actually say back over there where we're getting our value in our world generation, get neighbors. We want to floor this. And also likewise, we can go ahead and back on our grid map, we no longer need to offset our positions anymore because it was actually just my fault. Now you can see it's putting this right at 0, which is good. Sick. And also, does it fix the end piece? It does. See, it's just an open hallway now. So, yeah, it's working pretty well. So we'll have to offset the elevator position just a little bit because the elevator now no longer should actually be centered at 0. We can just go into here and change the position of this. Because this should now be set over like that. Honestly, all of this stuff should be... Oh my god. And now we say... Apply all transforms. Reset the origin there. Hopefully that'll fix everything in here. Let's see. Boom. I do have to move all of this stuff back over now, but it's fine. It's all by a consistent amount. Generator. So we're just going to move that minus... So how far did we move? I think it was 4 meters. No, it wasn't quite 4. Was it 3? Yeah, it was 3 meters. So everything just moves 3 meters back over. It's really not too bad. So switch. That's going to move 3 meters back over. This quirky guy, these are all the pipes. Those will move 3 meters over. Collision shape. Move. Here, let's just recalculate it. Sorry, probably child. The hatch. 3 meters over. And that's all that stuff fixed. Now back in world. Just got to fix a couple of these things, like the main light. This goes -3. The metal knock, I guess, can also go -3. We'll worry about that one later. The controller, -3. I think that's pretty much everything, other than this decal. Actually, the decal is definitely messed up. I think it's facing the wrong way. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And is that everything? The switch hitbox should be normal. The camera is going to be completely whack, but it's fine. Okay, let's try it out. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. It perfectly lines up with the elevator now. You can see it's just right up against it, so that's good. I want all the spacing to be nice and consistent. So I think now what we need to do is just add a little bit of a, like... I might actually do a custom corridor model, perhaps. Or maybe I just add that kind of stuff to the elevator. I just want to add a little bit of thickness and have like a door in there and stuff, so I'm probably going to do that on the elevator mesh. Just so that, like, no matter where we are, it's always the same kind of consistent elevator. I don't have to have like a weird second corridor variation for every single level. It just makes it more complicated for no reason. Yeah, now that it's connected, we could actually create the player now. I would like to do that. So maybe we'll do that. Otherwise, everything in here seems to be positioned correctly. Yeah. All right. It's time. Add node. Character body 3D. Player. I don't think I ever did have an actual player scene in here before. Yeah, so we should be fine. Let's save it as a scene. Add a CSG, not a box. A cylinder. He's going to be 1.8 meters tall, because that's how tall humans are on average. A collision shape. How tall is a 2-meter person? Like 6'5"? Yeah, probably don't make them 6'5". Front is smaller than 2 meters. Or 1.8 meters. Hey, so Solodroma. I said that right. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, game stuff is going good. We are currently just working on making a player scene right now. Shouldn't be too bad. We just have to add a camera node. So let's see, where is the default? Okay, so that's the front of this character. So we'll put the camera right there, somewhere around there. Then we're just gonna have a player script. I've always been here since the dawn of time. Just lurking in the background, that is all good. Okay, so we got ready event, process event. Why are you in 3D right now? This is a different game. You might have seen me work on Starground before, perhaps. But yeah, we are working on Maze Game today. Just a little project I've been working on the side. The priority is still definitely Starground. I'm still working on that every day to get it finished. But yeah, we're getting closer though to finish time, so this is just something that I've been dabbling with a little bit. We probably won't like fully switch over to this, like, you know, super seriously until Starground's more complete, but thank you for the cheese time, Oshik. I appreciate it. So I've done 3D players before. I think I did one inside of that one funny game. I'll go load it up. I'm just gonna go copy the code, because why reinvent the wheel? Now, actually, I have one that's better, which is Ruinfall. But nah, let's just do the Coal Keeper one. I think the Coal Keeper one was way simpler. Well, thank you, Brian, for the cheese time. So much cheese. Oh my god. Careful. Alright, so here's the player and the Coal Keeper. They have a camera 3D node. And they do have a freaking capsule mesh. How do I do it? There's a capsule mesh? I guess it's just on a CSG capsule. Okay. Not gonna worry about that then. You know what? You know what? I am actually gonna get the one from Ruinfall, because I've did some modification of that one. That'll be nice for this game. Ruinfall's a little game I worked on a while ago, but I don't know if it's ever gonna be finished or worked on again. Did the frame perfect timing to lose money? Yeah. I noticed that. Actually, technically, you did the frame perfect time to not lose money. Because you did it at just the right moment to, because I think when you do a new cheese time, that actually lasts longer and spawns more cheese than if you add it on to the current cheese time train. Yeah, there's this funny little guy here. He has some animations. I totally didn't use Mixamo, guys. I did. Okay, his running animation doesn't work for some reason. Oh, it's probably because I didn't set it in here properly. Thank you for the speed. I don't remember how to settle the animations on this guy. He's a funny guy. Anyways. I want to copy his code. Character code. Where's his code? Oh, there it is. Player. He's got more code than I thought, but it's fine. I did some funny tech for this. Also, thank you for the hydrate. In this game, I actually added voice chat, and it was multiplayer too. It never really went anywhere. Maybe one day we'll work on this project again. This is Ruinfall. It's supposed to be like a roguelite where you're dungeoning, but I think it just, I don't know. It doesn't have any defining characteristics that makes it interesting, and that's one of the reasons why we just stopped working on it. Maybe one day we'll go back to it though. Boom. So now we got to get rid of a bunch of things because we don't need RPCs. Like process mic, get rid of that. We don't need any multiplayer authority crap. Thank God. I don't know if I'm going to have sprinting in this game. I'll leave it in, but I probably won't. Cannot find inventory. I don't think I'm going to have an inventory in this game, so get rid of that. Unless I do. I'll think about it, but I'll get rid of it for now. If I do decide to add inventory, we'll do that another time. Let's get rid of change held item, pick up item, and all that. Those are the kind of things that I think I'd rather redo, honestly. Get rid of that stuff. Get rid of that stuff. We're going to set global to player, or var player, type player. There's quite a bit of code here I have to get rid of for this to work. Okay, this is interaction. We will have to redo the way that interaction stuff happens, but we'll worry about that another time. I think it's stopped dying. I don't want the debug that way. There's gonna be so many errors, I'm sure, when I try and like save this and use it. But we'll see. We won't have UI. We don't really need states. Get rid of that. I mean, I guess I can keep states. I don't know if I'm going to use them, but whatever. Okay. So theoretically, this character should just work. Don't know if that's actually going to be the case, but let's try it out. You guys ready for this? No, it's not happy. Oh, I forgot to define camera. That would help. Let's try this again. Okay. Forgot to define this. That's the look at modifier node. Get rid of that because we don't do it anymore. Yeah, there's going to be some probably like node paths in here that cause crashes like this. Just get rid of that. Say pass for now. We don't use chat. We don't do that. We don't set character animations. There will be none. Final positions, camera throw target. Don't worry about that stuff for now. Okay, hopefully that works now. Let's see. Whoa. Okay, I'm in the floor. Let's fix that. Save that, see if this works now. Whoa. I can't seem to move, but I can look. I think the player might be a little too short, but we'll see. So why can't I move? It's probably just because I don't have keys in here for moving. Move left, right, forward, and backward. Yeah. Backwards is S. Right is D. Forward is W. And there we go. I still can't move. It is throwing like a billion errors. Input map jump doesn't exist. I don't know if I'm actually going to have jumping mechanics in this game. Probably not. Hey, Plobby, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Didn't know that you streamed. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. What's going on? Oh, whoa, I can jump. Okay, so I still can't move. I don't really know why. I should be getting... Oh, I might not be applying... Oh, Bobby Raid, let's go. Yeah, thank you so much. D-stream, yeah. Had no idea. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? I think I'll get rid of the jump. I really don't think people should be able to jump in this game. Clear that. All right. Yeah, we are working on a new project today. This is temporarily called Maze Game. We are, yeah, just working away at stuff. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to change how the mouse cursor is set up. That's no big deal. But yeah, this game is sort of like a horror roguelite, essentially. You navigate around, or you're in this like elevator, control these rovers, and drive them around, collect resources, and bring them back. We're just currently getting a little quick player scene set up. Shouldn't be too bad to do. Still not making my mouse confined, so I really don't know. Mouse captured. It should be captured. Do I set mouse mode somewhere else? Probably. No. Ooh. Weird. It should be capturing my mouse, but yeah, it just doesn't want to. Oh, I guess maybe it is, but it's just because my mouse is visible. That's probably what it is. I'm learning Godot. I'm a 3D artist, but 3D dev is hard, so I was working on a workflow for 3D to 2D sprites. Ah, okay, interesting. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've actually done that with Starground before. Like with some of the bosses and stuff, it's such a pain to have to draw those guys. So like the mushroom boss, I actually just modeled in Blender and then just converted him into sprites. Yeah, wasn't too bad. It's definitely an interesting way to do it. I think it'd be pretty neat. Yeah, I am going through the gauntlet of learning 3D right now. I've done a little bit of 3D stuff before, but not a whole lot. Definitely nowhere near the amount I have of 2D, so I'm just kind of working my way through and learning. But yeah, so far it's going good. Yeah, it says it should be hidden. I don't know why the mouse is not actually becoming hidden in captured mode. It's a little weird. I don't think I do any other mouse stuff. Oh, I do. I did not see this before. Oh, I was doing mouse set mode. So I set it to confined, and then visible and confined again. So we'll get rid of all of that so that my mouse is not controlled anymore. Let's take a look at this now. There we go. Now it's normal mouse captured. Oh god. Okay, I need to make it though so when we press escape, that I can actually get out. So in set pause, we're gonna say if we are now paused, input.set mouse mode, and that'll be input. Let's see. Yeah, you don't know how to program. The first thing you think is got to do a character controller. 3D gets hard pretty quick. Yeah, it's complicated for sure. 2D I think is a lot more easy to wrap your head around. You know, if you haven't done any programming before, for sure. Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff, though. I've definitely always really enjoyed game dev. I think it's very rewarding. So, I do wish you the best of luck on your learning journey. I have to pop into one of your streams sometime and check out what you're working on. Oh, did I reverse the... I think I did. Oh, I hate when this happens. My mouse is stuck. Oops, I opened calendar. Let me out! Okay. What do I do? Oh god, it's opening my email. I don't know how to get out. Okay, I gotta open up Task Manager. Yeah, that's... it's... setting mouse stuff is kind of annoying. Okay, I need to set that to visible when the pause is visible and captured when it's not. Too much cheese. If you want to just refund yourself, Oshik, feel free to. Yeah, like it's definitely outside my comfort zone. It's pretty rewarding. Yeah, for sure. There we go. So now if I hit pause, it's still rotating my camera around, but it shouldn't be a huge deal. I think I can fix it. So I still can't move for some reason. I really don't know why. I should be able to. I'm just not sure. I do need to set an axis lock, and that is on angular Y. Maybe that's why. Freeing the mouse thing took me forever. Yeah, it's a little annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I set up the inputs. Excuse me. W, move left, forward, right, and backward. So in physics process on my player, we are saying that's regular process. Right here. Input. Oh yeah, I think I'm calculating input instead of process, aren't I? Yeah, so input is vector 2, 0. If can input, I say input is get vector and move left, move right, move forward, move backward, rotated, rotation y divided by 5. So it should be okay. It's got to be one of these, I imagine, is like messing it up. Somewhere where I'm like resetting input, maybe, is my issue. Not sure though. Let's print out in physics process what input is. So Manny, thank you for the speen. Okay, so it's just not registering any input for some reason. Yeah. Which is odd though, because I am getting it. Input. Vector 2, can input. I don't need mic input, input threshold, any of that stuff. Can't take damage. I'm not going to use that for a while. Right down here, can input is true. Oh, is it because of my input blocks? Because I got rid of one of those ones for the UI or whatever? Could be. I say dead is dead. That should be the only one. Let me print out can input in here. How do I do the moving state? I can dive into the code in just a minute and show you guys what I got going on. As soon as I figure out why nothing is working. I think it thinks I'm dead for some reason. Is it just because yeah, it thinks that's why nothing is working. It's like, hey, you're dead. I don't know why it thinks I'm dead. Is my HP 0? My HP is 10. Dead starts as false. If HP is less than or equal to 0. So why would it say that I'm dead? That's a little weird. Yeah, we're not going to worry about held item right now and stuff. If not dead, oh. Let's try that instead. Whoa. Oh, I see what's going on here. I just have a couple of these things in the wrong position, I think. So if dead, then this happens. and I say input block dead is true. Now this should be fine, I think. I get the proper input, the bobbing of my camera. Let's try this. Okay. I'm still just falling down and dying. Oh. I messed it up. Let's try it again. This will work for sure. Whoa. Look, guys, I can move. Okay, so our character is working. Our character is very short. I need to either increase the height of the character or remodel everything, which that's not really ideal. You can see that our physics collisions are working rather well, so that's good. I am getting thrown quintillion errors just because I don't know. Ooh, scary. I don't like him. I don't like him. Just how the character remodel everything. I'm probably gonna remodel because I want to like make sure that the size of everything is actually accurate. I do think the character is a little short, so I will increase their height slightly. But some of these things I'm gonna like push down, like the switch on the door and stuff. I think I can, you know, fix. But yeah, not too bad though. It is working. Anyways, now for the moving state and all this stuff, how I do it all. So I'm grabbing my input here. This is when I'm not dead. I say, as long as I am not dead, I say input is input.getVector. That just gives me a vector 2 of like my keys I'm pressing. And then for my states, if I am not pressing anything, I'm gonna be in the idle state, and then if it's not 0, aka I'm pressing something, I'm in the walking state. So it's pretty easy. I need to go add my sprint action, which is just gonna be shift. And now I should be able to sprint. And that's gonna change my FOV and stuff, so let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's pretty fast. I do have to change the speed. I don't want the player to be this fast. This is a horror game after all. It's not a platformer or something, so it just feels a little weird. But yeah. Got the generator. No collision setup. Yeah, I think this will work out though. We're just gonna kind of remodel things a little bit to... I don't like him. He's just like... comes by. It's scary. I know he won't come into the elevator, but it feels like he's about to, you know what I mean? Yeah. I have to reset up my interaction raycast so that I can like click on things and interact with it, because now we can't. Geronimo. Ah. You can see the map from down here. And now you can't. I am infinitely falling in the inky black void, and yeah, this is my eternity. Alright. Yeah, definitely sprinting and stuff and just overall movement speed needs to be dropped. So I'm going to set max speed down to 2, probably. And probably lower my acceleration just a little bit. Let's see. Let's see how this feels to control now. Yeah, this feels a little more reasonable. It does feel a little floaty. I'm probably going to work on that. But it's better. I think I need to actually up my acceleration. So set my move speed actually really high. And then down in physics process where I apply my movement and I lerp it down to 0, I actually want to increase this value or lower it so that I slow down faster. So you can see what this looks like now. It's a little more precise with the movement. And sprinting is a little bit faster, but not like insane now. I feel like this is probably a little bit better. So hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I'll be tweaking these values. I might make sprinting a little bit faster, but have like a bar so you know how much sprint you actually have and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, these are the kinds of things that are super easy to tweak, so not very worried about it. Okay, let's get our interaction ray working again. So the way I had that before was inside of world. I was doing it in there. It feels a little odd to do it in there now, so I'm probably going to move it out of here because I had it inside of shoot ray. But now I don't really want that to be where the mouse is. So we're actually going to get rid of that. But we will take a lot of the code from that. So back into our player. We are instead going to have a raycast actually just come out from our camera. It's a much easier way to do this. I don't have to simulate it now. I can actually just straight up do it. We'll go like 2 meters to start. And then in physics process, we can check for that now. Now we can get rid of all that extra garbage. We just say result is equal to raycast3d.get collider. And then if result, if obj, say, yeah, result. If result is that and that and that. We don't need to change our cursor type anymore. Then we interact. So let's try that out now. So I should be able to interact with these things now. Doesn't seem to be working. It's probably because I have the wrong raycast here. I think I have to set that to collision mask 3, as far as I know. Still doesn't seem to be working. What do I have as my interact key? Interact is left mouse button. We're going to change that now to be E. So let's think here. I just want to make sure this is all good. It's attached to our camera. Should be rotating with our camera. We're getting a collider each time. Result.interact. Or escape game. It's not really an escape game. It is a horror game. I don't think the player will be able to escape, though. I think that's kind of the part of the vibes. It's I guess I would describe it more as a roguelite. You're essentially trying to survive as long as you can and keep traveling deeper into the labyrinth and see how far you can make it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get interaction stuff set up. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, though. I don't know why it's not working. Why is that? Oh, it's enabled. Target position. Maybe it's not 3 for that, and I was actually just wrong. Because collision mask is 3, which means I think it's actually 2. No, I think it is 3. Shoot. Okay, change that back. Let's just continually print out what it's actually getting. So if we go over to physics process, because it might be maybe grabbing something I'm not expecting instead, and that's why it's seemingly not working. Oops, don't print return. Result. And let's see what happens here. Object null, object null. It's very interesting. Why would that not work? Every once in a while I'll see a thing. Okay, no, that's just that. Let's go look at the world scene and make sure that this is the right collision layer. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it is, but I don't know. Could be wrong. And we do want to get rid of all this camera stuff, honestly. I think I'll keep this spotlight, but the tablet anchor and camera pivot and all that stuff we get rid of. Back into the player, add in this spotlight again. Just so that we have a little bit of a light. Yeah, I still don't know why this raycast is not raying and casting. Collides with bodies. So in the elevator, all of these collisions are set to 1. Oh. Wait, no, that's the no, wrong one. Okay, they are all set to 1 though. So we're gonna change any interactables to layer 3. That's gonna be our thing. What is this? Class name interactable. Set hatch stage. Okay. Now it should probably work. Position not found on a base object of type null. It's gonna complain about a lot of things in here now. Yikes. We don't need any of this camera position stuff. It was cool, but we're gonna get rid of it all now. It's too bad. And I like these things on mouse up, mouse right. Maybe one day they'll make a return, but I don't think they will. And view controller, get rid of that. So I'd ask, this is basically a state machine. Yeah, the player is pretty much a state machine. Oh. Can I interact? It is showing the switch now, so that's a good step. Doesn't show the tablet yet. And I can't seem to reach the hatch. But the switch is showing up. Yeah, so let me dive into the player script a little bit and just go through some things. I don't really have like a massive switch statement or anything that's like, if this state in this state, but it's more so just like, knowing what is kind of the current player sort of doing. So like, are they idle, are they running, or blah blah blah. And then I just have certain if statements in there for specific chunks of code. So that's gonna matter more like later on, I imagine, when I get to like other things. But like for example, in here, if I am sprinting, I'm running, and then if I'm in state, I do that with some of the view bobbing stuff, I think. I don't think I really use these states anywhere. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not really using them anywhere. But I will someday. It's just nice to have like a variable for knowing like when what you're doing. I think it's easy for people to like think that state machines mean that it has to be one or the other exclusively. Like you don't necessarily have to do state 1 and state 2 as completely distinct blocks of code. Most of the time, I think that you lose out on a lot of flexibility because there's things in both of these that kind of need to be on either state. So what I usually do is I do have a state defined up here, but like I usually just have little sections of code, like do this code if you're in this state, and this code if you're in this state, you know. I just think that's a little more convenient, gives me a little more flexibility. I still do like a state machine, quote unquote, with like having a variable knowing what state I'm in, but I kind of just choose what parts actually care about that state. I just think it's way more flexible in my opinion. But I could also see totally like on the other side of that argument, Oh, that's what's going on here. I was checking if not result. Let's see, does this work? Let's freaking go, dude. I can interact. So we need to be able to interact with this console or display, and then it'll like lock me in and zoom in on the camera so I can control it. I should be able to interact with the Starground guy now. I can't reach him. Let me increase. I think my interaction distance is a little small. So let's up it to -4. See a lot of solo developers using Godot. Yeah, I definitely also noticed that. Honestly, I think it's just a really good engine for solo developers. I think it's very easy to get into, very easy to learn also. That's another really big reason. It's also completely free, and there's no like fees. You don't have to pay the engine if your game does really well and stuff like that. So it's just a very like simple, straightforward, solid engine, in my opinion. But yeah, there's a lot of good reasons to use Godot. Obviously, engines have different pros and cons. Unreal is way better at doing high fidelity graphics. I wouldn't recommend any indie developers try to do high fidelity graphics because it's honestly so much work, it's not worth it unless you're super good at 3D modeling already. But technically you can. I mean, you can also do that with Godot though, so I don't know. Yeah, Unreal would be better for that kind of thing. That's why like usually larger companies are the people using Unreal. Unity's not bad either. Unity's just been around longer than Godot, so people still use it just because of the wealth of assets and tutorials and stuff like that, you know. Oh, that's what that function was for. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely give Godot a look though, if you're thinking about it. Be my first game engine. Yeah, I didn't learn it. It's not that bad actually to like learn it once you get into it. I mean, it's always daunting. The notion of having to learn a new engine and stuff, or just programming in general. I definitely don't blame you, but yeah, I would try jump into it at some point for sure. Because I think you'll start to realize it's not as scary as it seems. You can take things really at your own pace, just really slowly, and it's not that bad. So we're gonna raise the player head up. Also, I wanted to get rid of the light, see what this looks like when it's actually dark. After Unity changing the terms, a lot of devs are swapping. Yeah, that's another big reason too. I think the terms that Unity's terms that they did is just a little ridiculous. So that was actually kind of the reason that I started using Godot. I actually, before working with Godot, I was working on a game in Unity, a horror game. And it was just the licensing stuff. I mean, it didn't really apply to me, of course, and it probably never will, but it was just the thought of it kind of really made me, you know, lose all respect for Unity. And that was why I started to learn Godot, because I was like, I guess I just started to realize, like, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Like, if they've made this change, there's no telling, like, what other changes they might make to the terms of service and stuff. It might not be that big of a deal this time around, but next time, who knows? This is pretty scary when it's dark in here. How you see Sharp in every tutorial is in GDScript. Yeah, GDScript is definitely, like, I think, sort of the standard right now with Godot, for sure. Most tutorials are in GDScript. But I've seen some pretty solid C# tutorials, though. They're a little more, you know, rare, but they're out there. You translate step by step. Yeah. I mean, I imagine once you learn a lot of the Godot stuff a little bit better, it kind of gets to a point where it's much easier for you to understand, like, how to adapt the GDScript stuff. So yeah. Also, let's go ahead and give this some alpha and just make it invisible because it's a little annoying right now. Or let's just do a proximity fade. Or what is it? It's a distance fade is what I want. Pixel alpha. There we go. So now when the camera is inside the player, we aren't seeing it, but I can still see where the player is. All right. So let's go look for this funny little smiley guy. Got my flashlight. He's gonna pop out and jump scare me, dude. We definitely need to texture all these environments and stuff, which is something that we'll do, but it's not something I'm like focusing on yet. Oh, I fell through the world. I think we have an issue with one of our colliders. I believe that the curved corridor is not correct for some reason. It's on layer 1. Concave polygon shape. I don't know, maybe we just fell through. I might have to increase the like size of these just a touch so they overlap. I'm not sure though. Well, if that happens again, we'll try and figure it out. I do feel old arcade games first, they're the easiest. Yeah, definitely. Stuff like Asteroid and Pong. It's all really easy. I'm gonna up the player move speed just a little bit. I think we'll go up to 3. Try see where that puts us. For maximum speed. To be honest, it's not even the biggest problem with Unity. The biggest problem is that all the features are half done and abandoned and replaced with new and less features. That is one thing that is frustrating, was frustrating when I used it. Unity is a very like old engine relative to Godot. So there's a lot of like content that has been worked on and like changed and adapted, and so sometimes it's a little messy trying to work with the engine. I've definitely felt that. Because there's like 5 different ways to do the same thing, and like, oh, well, this one's actually, you shouldn't do this one, but it's still in there. And this one is new, but it doesn't work and it's unstable, so maybe use this one. But there's also like, yeah, that's how it felt, where I kind of like didn't really know like what I'm supposed to use or do or anything. So, but I don't feel like that in Godot. Like Godot just has solid tools. There are a little bit of changes or things marked as experimental with Godot, but it's very, very infrequent. Like the navigation stuff works totally fine and it doesn't feel incomplete, but it is marked as experimental. There's also like the tile map stuff. It does have a depreciated tile map class for the old tile stuff, but there's also really nice tools to convert these into the newer like formats, so makes it pretty easy to swap things over. I really don't know why I'm just falling through the floor in this curve. It's a little weird. Unless it's like not the curve that I'm falling through. There's the T intersection. I don't think it's that one. Because it's weird. Like I can walk through fine. Through the straight ones, but then as soon as I get to this one, I just bye-bye. So I don't know. Is it because I don't have mask set to 1? I don't think that's the case, but who knows? Yeah, learning was a pain. Then I found Godot and learned so much better since I didn't need to research what even to use. Yeah. Godot is very intuitive. Like all the nodes are just straight up the name of what it does. Like if you want to make somebody navigate, like navigation node, like it's, you don't really have to try very hard to like figure out what the right node is to use. Or if like I want to have a sprite on my guy, probably the sprite node. Or if I want collision, probably the collision node. It's just, yeah, it's very easy to find things. And I really do love the node system because it lets you also create your own nodes and kind of extend base functionality really easily. So why am I still falling through? I don't get it. It's like just for some reason on the curve, the the stuff didn't get transferred over. Maybe I forgot to actually re-export the meshes here. That's probably what happened. I just didn't say export to mesh library again. Since I fixed all the other collisions, I'm probably actually sure that's what's going on here. Is there a way to unlock the skins in the character customization? Yeah, those can be unlocked by playing on April 1st. You can either wait for April 1st or just change your clock to April 1st to play the April Fool's content. So it's pretty easy. Yeah, there we go. I'm not falling through anymore. Okay, let's go find this punk. This little smiley. He's gonna be really fast. He's probably faster than me. So it's scary going around all these corners. You like don't know what you're gonna see. I mean, I know it's so weird because I know that like there's nothing around the corner. I know exactly what content I've added into the game, but for some reason my mind still imagines that there's things that I'm not expecting. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. What is that? There's like some weird shadow stuff going on here. I don't know why that's doing that. Where is he? No, he's here somewhere. He's gonna jump scare me, man. Where could this scamp have run to? He is here, right? I don't know. Unless he like fell out of the world or something somehow. But I doubt it. Where is he? He's gotta be over here. Did I miss him? What the frick? Oh, it's scary. Okay. There he is. That was scary. I can't catch up with him. He's too fast. He's so fast. Okay. But yeah, this is shaping up. I think this will be fun. I like how fast, you know, things are moving so far, so that's good. I want to get this like playable really soon. You know, next couple months, ideally. End of the year kind of thing. And then yeah. Start playtesting and just playtest for like a while. I think I'll probably look into doing the Steam playtest stuff this time around. I didn't do that last time, and it was a big pain to have to distribute all the keys. So I think I would want to do the playtest stuff, because it seems very convenient. And you can get it like configured so it's just everybody's allowed to join the playtest, you know? You can do like a limited number of people, but I can just set it so it's like you click request access and then you're good. Do you unlock them for good? Sorry, I missed that. Yes, you do. Once you unlock them, they're permanently unlocked. Also, if you do a trick in front of the bird, I forget what his name is, but there's an eagle that shows up in the space hub. If you do some tricks for him and get like a legendary trick or whatever with a high score count, he actually gives you an item that lets you activate permanently like the April Fool's stuff. So then you won't have to set your clock back anymore. There's nothing more, is it? Yeah. That's the vibe I want from this game, is like just not like confusion, but like I don't want anybody to feel confident, you know what I mean? There's always got to be a little spice of like, I don't know exactly what's out there. So Once you can place a skateboard inside of the Space Hub, and on April 1st, it will enable some epic skateboard tricks. So you'll see. Yeah, so you just press spacebar while you're on the skateboard, and it'll do some crazy stuff. So we got an ad starting in a minute. My apologies. But yeah, this is the playtest stuff that I would love to set up. I think it's going to make it so much easier to do playtesting. I've already been doing kickflips. We'll order the base. Let's go. But yeah, we can do like an open sign up for the playtesting. We'll probably start with a limited sign up, but then go to open so that we can have as many as we want. Yeah, see, playtest keys are like much larger quantities, which is really nice. Yeah, right here, request more than... You can go up to like 50,000 keys, which is insane. But yeah. Or that's using Steam keys for a playtest, but yeah, there's like confidential playtests, and there's a bunch of stuff in here. I want to dive into all this and learn about it. And we can also set up like friend invites and all that business. That would be cool. But yeah. I wonder if there's a way to make people keep their Steam keys. I'll have to look into that. Because I don't really want to have to take away people's keys. But... I don't know. Also, yeah, Oshik, I think, made that track, yeah. Oshik has done a couple tracks that I've put into the stream music, which is epic. Alright, so player movement is working, which is sick. Very glad about that. I need to get the console redone, because the way it's set up right now kind of is not ideal. So we need to work on that. I do need to fix a little bit of stuff with the model of the elevator. Right now, the back of it just kind of goes nowhere, which is a little weird. I need to figure out like what's actually going to be back there and stuff, because it's, you know, I don't think I want it to just be open. I think I'm just going to close that off, move it forward over here, and then we can figure out what it's actually going to be all about. Probably give a little more space. Like I'm thinking like that much. But I want this place to feel relatively cramped. So when we go back into the world over here, yeah, that's pretty good, I think. That's looking pretty good to me. I think we might have a door on the back of the elevator. I don't know, these are a couple things I need to figure out. I will probably be holding a meeting soon. And just start writing down a big list of questions so I can finalize all these decisions I have to make. Alright, so let's fix the height of the player and all that jazz. I might make the player a little taller. It doesn't matter if they're a little bit taller. We'll make them... Sure, let's just go up to 2 meters. Why not? Why not be 2 meters tall? You know? It's just a nice number anyways. Oh yeah, that already has the collision built in, doesn't it? I guess it doesn't by default, so yeah. And let's also change this into a mesh instance. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that, gamers. We'll have the camera up at that height. That's at 1 point. That's at 0.8 right there. That should be fine. Welcome back, ankles. Oh yeah, this height already immediately feels way better, actually. This is actually, like, fine. I don't think I need to remodel this stuff, then. Like, the light switch is at a pretty good level, I would say. This feels good, you know, down on the cart, you, like, pick it up. I'm gonna have to fix that tablet stuff. It was a track that was playing just a minute ago. I'm pretty sure it was your track, Oshik. Yeah, I need to fix... Oh, I can see myself. No! It's funny that you can see my shadow. It's just a capsule. I might need to actually model out the character just for shadows, but... Maybe we just get, like, a really bad model. Just a guy T-posing or something. For now. We'll figure that out. Okay. I also don't like how sharp this spotlight is. I want it to be a little more faded, probably. I think like light, and then there's all this stuff. Specular, bake mode. It's not distance fade. Attenuation. It's not that. Oh, angle of attenuation? That might be what I want. Here, let's go into the world scene so I can see what it looks like. So there's that. Let's change the angle of attenuation, like 9, see how it changes. Oh yeah, you can see how that... Okay, so larger one is more faded, I presume. So let's go with like a 4. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that's a little bit better, I think. I want the flashlight to be... It's not like quite like a flashlight. It's more like a glow. I don't know if the player is actually going to have like a real flashlight. It's hard to say. Yeah, this will do. I mean, maybe I just up the angle a little bit more. So it's not annoying. I don't want to like do the classic horror trope of super tiny little bad flashlight, because I think it's more just annoying than anything. It doesn't really enhance the gameplay if your flashlight sucks. So, I mean, it's not going to be like an insane god flashlight, but I don't want it to be, yeah. Let's up the range. Let's go up to like 12. 15 maybe. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable distance. We'll see. Maybe drop it a little bit. Stick at 12. Feels pretty good. And apparently attenuation of 2 is realistic. So attenuation, whoa. The lower the value, the more like, the further the light goes, I guess. Whereas the higher the value, it's like the quicker it drops off, you can see. So I'll probably just keep that at like, I don't want it to drop off instantly. So weird that the geometry is invisible on that one side. I need to give it some thickness so I can have another face that's facing, with the normals facing out, so that you can't see all this stuff from inside. Also, now I need to model the hatch to actually have like a black up there, because Before it was fine because you weren't ever going to be able to see up there, but now that you're on foot, that's, yeah, it's a little bit of a problem. Physics attenuation is gradual loss of flux intensity through medium, yeah. Yeah, basically just the rate at which it falls off. The rate of fall off, yeah. Makes sense. We'll change this to mesh. We're gonna set a distance override thing on this. Let's go to standard material. Why is my OBS flashing at me? Did something happen? Is OBS fine, guys? Yeah, why is OBS blinking? It's not blinking anymore. I don't see any problems. Weird. I don't know. Built the character doing T-pose. I don't know if I'm actually gonna like actually fully model out a character. I might just disable the character from casting a shadow. Because honestly, you're never actually gonna see it. I don't think there's gonna be anything reflective, so it would just be kind of a waste of time. I think disable to receive shadows. So I can turn that on. Or that might not stop it from casting. Oh no, that did. So yeah, now it doesn't actually cast a shadow. Probably for the best. Plink emote? Oh yeah, the plink emote. There you go. That's what it's like. I wonder if I'm gonna have some like mechanic with the generator. I don't know. Right now it just kind of sits there for ambience. But I kind of want like maybe you actually have to refuel it with gas or something. I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, I don't want it to be annoying. I don't want this game to get too involved with like all the things you have to maintain. Like you gotta maintain your food and your your thirst and your generator and your rovers and your, you know. But maybe. I mean, maybe that's what makes this kind of game fun or scary. Is that like you're always at the risk of running out of one of those resources. I'm not really sure. It's something that I'll have to think about. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like, knowing that there's going to be food and water that you have to make sure that you bring back, would also throwing gas on top of that just kind of be extra? Like, would it actually make the gameplay more engaging? Or would it just be kind of annoying? I mean, these are the kind of things that we'll have to, you know, observe during playtesting. But I just don't know. The generator doesn't do anything right now, but I could make it, like, require gas so that, like, if you run out of gas, you can't use your tablet anymore and stuff. Like, it powers your elevator. It also, like, maybe you couldn't leave. Where are you gonna get the gas from? Well, the gas would probably just be scattered randomly around the level. If anybody's played, like, Lethal Company, you know what I mean? Where it would be, like, just around the place. You know, bring food and water and stuff for the player seems more odd than bringing gas or something for the machines. Yeah. That's fair. Whoa, whoa. I imagine that in between each level, it's going to be like a... Why is my guy freaking out? Is this... This must have collision, this tablet here. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, there's going to be like a break in between each level that you go through. So it's going to be multiple... Like, this is going to take place over multiple days. It's not just like one continuous experience. The whole thing is that you go through this level and bring things back, and then you leave and go to like the next level in the elevators. You'll have like a little intermission period where the door is closed and you're safe, and you can just focus on like reading your terminal and upgrading your rovers and stuff in here, or reorganizing your shelves and items. So that's going to be sort of the vibe. Yeah, I don't know. These are things I'll just have to experiment with. Like, it's really easy for me to throw in a gas item and just see, like, is it actually annoying or what, you know? Because it could be a thing where it starts off, like, completely full and lasts multiple days. So that, like, when you're starting out and learning, it's really, pretty easy to keep up with your gas. Like, you can kind of just coast on it for a couple days. Something like that might work, where it's just like, you do need gas, but it's a very, occasional thing. I don't know. Is this a backrooms type location? Kind of. I would say it's anomalous, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's, liminal. It's kind of liminal, but like, it's, the spaces that you are in are like physical, real places. It's gonna have that kind of vibe, like the backrooms, because, well, there's gonna be evil monsters running around. And it's gonna be pretty, like, empty. It will kind of have that sort of vibe. I don't know. Planning out the levels and, like, figuring out the design of all that is something that we'll have to figure out. I know that Maxwell was talking about doing an underground city, but I don't know if that's gonna work. We'll see. Maybe we can make that work if, like, it's, like, got windows and you can see outside and you're, like, in a building. But I don't know how that's gonna work if you're outside in the underground city. That's stuff we're gonna have to figure out. I need to write a big list of all these questions. City stuff gonna work with the generator, require gas. Yeah, it will be sort of backrooms vibe, but I don't think I'm necessarily branding it as a liminal space game or backrooms game. I was talking about that last stream, but like, I feel like it's the trend of backroom stuff is kind of, you know, I don't know, out. I don't really like following trends with games because I feel like it just kind of instantly renders them obsolete as soon as people aren't interested in the trend anymore. Like, honestly, I don't know if I can really imagine myself in 10 years going back and playing backrooms games more. Like, it's gonna be kind of a very obscure, like, you know, just doing it for the nostalgia, but not because it's like an actual relevant, neat trend still. You know what I mean? So I don't want to, like, attach this to anything. It's kind of just its own standalone thing. But yeah. Yeah, can you get sick from breathing gas fumes? I don't think so. It would be kind of annoying if that was a mechanic, I think. It would start to get really old. Be frustrating. This isn't Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. I want to see the little smiler again. He is a creepy freaking dude, man. I don't like him. Because he just pops around the corner and he's there. I'm gonna see him. He's gonna pop out. It's gonna be any second. It would be even scarier if he made noises. But like, he only makes noises like after you see him. So it's just completely silent and then he's there. He just pops into view and it's like, oh my god. Smiler is here. I probably won't make this guy an actual entity. We do have another entity in mind that's similar to a smiley face, but like different. We'll be working on that eventually. That's probably one of the first guys we'll add in since he's extremely straightforward to program. Because he doesn't really do anything. Spoilers. Yeah, by the way, guys, watching this is gonna... Hi. Watching me work on this game is gonna spoil the game. Just keep that in mind. But it's fine. Or is Grimblow? I can add Grimblow. I'll write it down. Add Grimblow. Yeah. Because then that would mean eventually the whole maze would fill up with gas fumes. Yeah. Nah, it's fine. Gas fumes. I'll add a little vent on the generator so it vents out. It'll be fine. So only having to do gas every so often is good, but then maybe you need a place to store the gas you find. It'll be available every level. Yeah. I think we're going to have like a storage rack in the elevator so you can like choose what to keep. But I want like everything to use the same storage rack, right? So like if you get like a rare part to upgrade your rover, you have to make that decision of, do I keep that or do I keep more food? Decisions are what makes games fun, in my opinion. Add an evil Starground plush? That'd be scary. Like, yeah, you go like to the next level and then all of a sudden the plush is gone. And then he's like in the elevator as a little guy that runs around. That'd be crazy. He gets like possessed. When can we purchase Starground plushie? Oh man, it would be epic. But the thing with like a makeship is you have to have a minimum number of pre-orders for it to actually go to production. So we'd have to have like 5,000 people pre-order the plush. Like it just wouldn't happen. But maybe one day, if I make billions of dollars off of a maze game, then it'll be fine. I do not have a Starground plush, unfortunately. But I do have I did 3D print the Starground guy in the past. I do have that. Actually, I don't have it anymore. I gave it to Ace. But I'll probably print another one at some point and paint it, though. But it would be fun to actually create like like, what do they call those? A template to make your own Starground plush. Maybe I'll do that someday. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Godot to send theirs out 2 months. Yeah, Godot, I know with the Godot plush, it took a while for it to get to me. It was quite some time. Yeah, what are the other things I need to go over in the meeting? So the final like UI setup of the rovers is something that needs to be established. Whether the player can move inside the elevator, that's kind of already been figured out, but I'll talk about it. Yeah, how the underground city stuff is going to work. Should the generator require gas? I think it could be like a rarely needs fuel. And this game is a roguelite, so like failing and messing up is kind of just expected. I imagine like the pacing of this is going to be pretty fast. So it's not like you're going into this elevator and spending an hour on each level. Like it's probably going to be like 10 minutes and then you're on to the next level. So like I'm aiming for each run of this game to probably be like sort of the same length as like playing Risk of Rain, like 1 or 2 hours probably, you know? Somewhere around there would be ideal. Yeah, we'll see how that ends up going. We're gonna have different playable characters, and when you play as them, it like changes your like buffs, a boon system. But also it might come with negatives. So there's like a guy that you don't have to drink water, but you only get like 1 rover. So it just changes things up. Yeah, that'd be crazy if you broke all your rovers and so you just had to do everything on foot. That'd be scary. Me. Yeah. I don't need to drink water, yeah. Crazy. I'm really trying hard to think about like... Oh yeah, I guess I want to talk about that storage thing. All items are same storage. Have to decide what to keep. Let's see what else. I guess like positioning of like of things in the elevator. That's something that needs to be decided. Whoa. Water's like tempting. Thank you for that, drink. Okay. Are you gonna do the third concert for the Tower Breakout game? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I'm just still trying to like come up with a concept. I don't know yet. I do want to do a third one for sure. I just like I kind of want to come up with a concept that's maybe a 3D game, unless you like don't want to do 3D. But it might be I think like it could open up some new interesting possibilities, adding a third dimension that maybe we aren't really thinking about because it's a 2D game. So I don't know. I'm definitely going to spend some time tonight exploring a third concept. Because I think it might be kind of neat. And you're totally welcome to also. Like me throwing out these concepts is not me being like, it has to be this or this. Like, I just want to get some ideas flowing so that we can kind of have a little bit of a frame of reference to go off of. Yeah, I mean, if you want to work on another concept too, you're also more than welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely work on that tonight. I finally should be free. I don't have to stream tomorrow. Also, before we end stream and stuff, I do have to warn you guys. I may be busy all week. So I might have to cancel stream on Wednesday, possibly. And am I allowed to say why? Hold on, let me look this up really quick so I don't accidentally commit a felony. Okay, yeah. So I'm allowed to say it. Wait, am I? Hold on, I'm making sure. I think I'm allowed to say it. I won't say it, just in case. I don't know. Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny this fact, but I may have been summoned for a specific event. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I have to call in tomorrow and see if I have to do it or not. But yeah, that's that's what's going on. It's crazy because I got one last year too. So it's like, why am I getting so many? I don't know. But it's just random. 3D's fine, I just cannot imagine what it would add except for the visuals. Yeah. I'm just gonna like mess around with that concept and get in the headspace of 3D and like think about what would 3D actually do. But yeah. And if it falls through, I'll come up with a different idea. That's 2D, so. But I just want to get the brain juices flowing. God, good person. I didn't actually have to go in last time. I called and they're like, we're all done. So, yeah. I guess most of the time, you don't actually end up getting called in. Or like, you don't have to go in. Most of the time it gets settled out before. So I don't know if I'll even end up going in. I have no idea. I think I'm allowed to say that I have it. I just can't mention details of the case, right? I imagine that's what it is. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. I think it's she's saying you have it. It should start when you start talking about anything. Yeah. I just can't. I mean, I don't know anything about it, so it doesn't even matter. I can't say anything about it yet. But yeah. Jury duty, you don't like sign up for it, like you just are automatically entered in as long as you are born. Like it's just a lottery. Every time there's a court case, they like just randomly select people that live in the county of that court or whatever. So that's pretty much it. But yeah, if you have a social security number and you're a resident of the United States, then you're, you know, you always have the chance. It's like a pretty rare chance. My mom has gone like 20 years without one. So it's not like you're constantly getting summoned, but you know, it's just random chance. Sometimes you get summoned all the time, but they do set like a minimum. So if you get summoned in 1 year, you won't get summoned again for that entire year. So it's not that big of a deal. It's only like usually 1 day, maybe 2 out of the year. So it's like whatever. And that's even if you get it every year. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that weird of a system though. I mean, it's pretty, the whole point of it is that it's designed so that you always end up with a very random jury with all types of people, races and genders and ages, so that you have the most unbiased selection of people possible. So nothing like that. So maybe that's why it's weird. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I think it's honestly a good system because it means that like you're always getting an unbiased, like, well, yeah, we also have judges, but I guess I don't know how it works. Like, does the judge make the final decision? I'm not really sure. I'd have to like research it more. But I know that the jury like has to make a unanimous decision and then talk to the judge about that decision. I don't know if the judge has to like do whatever the jury has decided or not. I'm not really sure. Or if it's just more of an like an advisory committee or something. I'm not really sure. Just have judges, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I don't really know. But yeah. And you know, it's usually not that bad. I think you can get paid for doing jury duty too. Depends on your employment status. I think if you're employed, you send like a waiver into your employer and they have to pay you. There is some info on like being able to get paid for self-employment, I think, as long as it's reasonable expenses, which probably means like $50 a day or something, or maybe 100. I don't know. But I could probably send in a request to get paid if I have to, because it is taking time away from my job, which is working on Starground. So if it's a jury trial, the jury decides. If not, the judge does. Okay, interesting. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I actually have to go in. I have to call tomorrow, and then I will know. Even if I have to go into the court, like sometimes you don't get accepted as a juror. So who knows? Jury duty is great, yeah. I've never really done it, so I don't know. But I guess we'll see. Maybe we'll see. Or I might not have to do it, and they say, things are all wrapped up for today. Nobody has to go. That's like what my last one was last time. Been called 3 times and picked once, yeah. Yeah, like I know the odds of actually like getting picked are really low. My brother actually had to go in and got picked. But yeah. I don't think my mom has ever actually had to go in. Video they show you makes you hyped to be a juror. Oh yeah. That's awesome. Part of me almost like wants to be selected just to know what it's like and have the opportunity to do it, you know? Because, I mean, it is kind of one of those things where you could almost... Technically, it's possible you could go your entire life and never be able to do it if you just never get picked. So... But I don't know. Part of me also doesn't really want to have to get up in the morning and go drive to court. So, I don't know. It's not up to me, right? So I think things are good either way. If I don't have to go, I can relax. If I do have to go, then I get to go on a little adventure. So it's fine. Most important people there, and the only people allowed to bring in phones. You are allowed to bring in phones? I thought that you couldn't. but maybe I'm wrong. Interesting. Yeah, would be pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah, I'll let you guys know on I guess whenever I'm streaming. It might even be done before I have to stream on Wednesday, so we'll see. But just letting you guys know. Well, I think that's probably going to be it for today's stream. We got a bunch of stuff done today, which is nice. We got the elevator kind of like worked on a little bit, which is good. Player controller, maze generation, entity navigation. Honestly, the navigation stuff in 3D isn't too bad. It wasn't really that much of a pain to set up. It's almost the exact same as doing a navigation region 2D, which I've already done a bunch before. You just define like the source group as the mesh, and then it just kind of works. Obstacles seem really easy to do. You just have to make sure that it's like a child of your navigation region, and then it's fine. So that's pretty straightforward. I don't think I'm going to need any navigation obstacles, so that's nice. But I think most of the time, if there's any kind of obstacle, it's going to be a part of the corridor environment. So we won't really need like a little obstacle to block it. We should be fine. Yeah. We're getting there. We're almost ready to just keep like start work on the rovers. That's the next thing I think, is I want to get the like controller kind of set up and finalized and make it so you can actually move the rovers around, and then just keep going from there. We can start diving into rover upgrades, more of the survival elements, like doing food and thirst and all that jazz, and then eventually making it so you can actually, you know, descend down into the other elevator levels. Yeah, I'm hoping that this game can be pretty wrapped up in a few months' time. At least like wrapped up enough for a solid demo / playtest. I want to get things like pretty playable. Ideally, like maybe January next year would be my deadline. Then we'd start like the playtesting stuff, because then I can do, I think, the February Next Fest. So I think I have time. I've got like 3 months. I think that's probably enough just for a basic demo. But yeah, see. Just got to draw the entities. I do need to set up like a terminal, because there's going to be some character communication that we're going to talk about later on. Some NPCs. It's going to be interesting because the characters that you talk to are actually other playable characters. I think the story stuff that we've kind of come up with is quite fascinating. Because all these characters, spoilers by the way, enter into the elevator at different dates. So like one person's in the future, like 2100, and then one person's like 1950. And so there's like, you're communicating to these other people concurrently, but from their perspectives, they're in a different time. So it's almost like all these timelines like converge into this one place, this one moment, you know? And you will be able to find skeletons of other people that have been in the facility before. So I think that'll be kind of interesting. It does have some backroom vibes for sure. But yeah. It's a good amount though. It's not like I'm not trying to make backrooms. Trying to be mainly its own thing. But yeah, I think it's fine that there's inspiration. Yeah. Definitely, like, I think the biggest inspirations are probably like, yeah, backrooms. I could definitely see FNAF quite a bit, I would say, with like the whole, you know, checking your monitors and everything. And probably just some general roguelike elements, you know, like upgrading things and making sure you have supplies, almost like a survival roguelite. That's, I would say, more in the line of like Binding of Isaac. But yeah. I need to start thinking about like framing this game's experience. That's something I've been thinking about a lot recently with like game design, is I want to make sure that like I'm able to explain this game in like 5 seconds. Because I think that's something that's always been such a challenge with Starground. It's made marketing extremely difficult, not only for me, but for content creators and also just people sharing the game with their friends. Because they have to be like, well, this game's like a combination of automation and dungeon crawling, but it's also kind of a sandbox because there's like fishing and farming and stuff like that. There's like an economy, so it's kind of like a sandbox automation. You know, it's just, it's way too much. I want to be able to just be like, you are an urban explorer. You know, describe it in like 5 words. So I don't know. That's my goal. That'll become, I think, a little bit easier to figure out once I've got a few more mechanics worked into the game and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm thinking about it in the background. Anyways, gamers, that's going to be it for today. But thank you guys for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. We'll be live again on Wednesday, probably, but keep in mind, there's a possibility we won't. Yeah. Let's go raid Dobbs. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, gamers. Yeah, we'll next be live, like I said, maybe Wednesday, 3:30 MDT. Feel free to grab Starground. Feel free to join the Discord. And that's going to be it. I'll let you guys know when I've got like playtests for all this stuff ready. I'll probably make announcements on Discord. Probably even do a devlog. I do need to start thinking about doing devlogs soon because I don't want to like get way too far with development and accidentally run out of things to show off on a devlog. So might actually start doing that soon. We'll see. And I do need to discuss with Graham what the publishing. I don't know. I don't know if this game is going to be published. I have no idea yet. Yeah, anyways. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.